As usual, I listened to as much talk radio as I could. One host posed the question, was the ANC statement on the need for transformation of the judiciary a threat to the independence of the judiciary? Jeremy Cronin defended the ANC position and criticized the media representation of it. Then a guy phoned in and ranted, "Why are you listening to this guy? He's a communist. The Communist Party is dead in Russia and China. Why are communists so popular here?" He went on and on. There was also a lot of discussion of whether Margaret Thatcher's son, Mark Thatcher, was getting off too easily in receiving only a fine and suspended sentence for involvement in a coup in Equatorial Guinea. Most callers thought yes. Another story that had people talking was the revelation that Mandela's son Makatho, who had just died of AIDS, had had an affair with a 17-year-old girl, now 24 and pregnant, and infected by him with HIV. Another debate was about monarchy. Despite being a republic, South Africa still sustained a number of monarchies at considerable public expense. One side argued that the Zulu kingdom shouldn't even exist, while other sides defended royal traditions. There was discussion of the fate of 12,000 left homeless by a raging fire in the Joe Slovo informal settlement in Langa, set off by a child at an unattended paraffin stove. There were complaints about couples having sex in the open, of women being afraid to undress, wash, or sleep for fear of being harassed or raped. There was also lots of talk about water, how to save water, who was wasting water, what should be done to secure it. Another big topic was who would succeed Thabo Mbeki as president, a topic that would gather steam in the times ahead. I was invited to a Seifundi gathering on the upper campus in the African Studies Library. I was talking to Chris Saunders, a professor of historical studies, who asked if I was the one who did the Cronin interviews and what was my own political position. We arranged to meet again in his office. I asked him about the state of historical studies in South Africa. He thought that a major issue was the absence of black graduates who could then become academics. There were too many other attractions that paid better for the brighter students, who didn't want to be spending time in archives. There was much ferment in the 1970s and 1980s, when Marxism played a big role. Most transformation of curricula had taken place before 1994. Saunders's approach was liberal, empiricist, and pluralist, which was criticized by those who were more radical. Still, he regretted the absence of such debate now, as well as the decline of interest in history. There was a course in African liberation, but it was mostly American students who wanted to take it. I read a thesis by Jade Davenport that Saunders supervised in 2004 titled Moscow on the Hill, on student anti-apartheid activism at UCT from 1976 to 1983. The National Union of South African Students, in response to the Black Consciousness movement, adopted an Africanization policy, inciting white students to relinquish a worldview imported from Europe and to identify with Africa, to break from egoistic individualism and to see their future as contributing to South Africa. I had another good meeting with Martin Hall, now Deputy Vice-Chancellor. He said that there was no particular reconceptualization of the world going on, but in the meantime there were tasks being tackled. He clarified a lot of things about the positioning of UCT in terms of the dynamics of South Africa and forces of globalization. I also met with Ian Glenn, the director of the Center for Film and Media Studies. He said that there has been a market-driven change of what mattered. A lot of older disciplines and activities, such as literature, were drying up, he thought, while media studies was a big growth area. There was brand mania. Rhetorics such as Marxism, class struggle, trade unionism had no resonance anymore, Glenn believed. South Africa, he contended, was in escapism mode. After the TRC, people felt enough already. He added that the independent newspaper group had been a disaster for South Africa and was doing more harm than apartheid ever did. There was a murder at UCT while I was there. A professor of mathematics was assaulted in his office by his former PhD student, who was upset at not being appointed to a permanent academic position. The professor was battered with an umbrella and died several days later. Various issues swirled around this: personal relations, mental health, academic standards, racial tensions. My friend Salma Ismail was chair of the Transformation Committee in CHED. She reported that some wanted to take a soft approach to transformation and not deal with the hard issues. It was very hard to be a non-white academic at UCT, she said. Others said so, too. I got to know Lungi Sile and Sabija on this trip, who was tackling transformation issues in the university and pushing ahead in his crucial field of land reform. Back at I had breakfast one day with two African ethnomusicologists, one from Zambia and the other from Nigeria. One was a professor in Pretoria. I asked him about transformation. There was none, he stated emphatically. Those in charge were charlatans. He added that capitalism was evil and that Americans were the real terrorists. I also met with comrades in the party branch. We had long talks in cafes, in their homes, walking along the sea and up in the mountains. When visiting Sheila Barcel in Observatory and Ed Wethley in Woodstock, I noticed added security in those areas with many more signs warning possible intruders of instant armed response. We passed a house that Sheila suspected of being inhabited by a coven. I often visited Brian in Rondbosch by day and had late-night visits at my residence from CK Lelam Kabel. These conversations were wide-ranging, but much preoccupied with the state of the party and struggle within the ANC. There was a debate about whether the party should contest elections in its own right or within the ANC. One night, I went to a cafe with CK Leela and his friends, and we talked for over 3 hours about religion and politics and epistemology. We had a lively debate about monarchy, with much of it focused on Zulu and Swazi kings and chiefs in rural areas. I still argued a strong line against inherited position, even if only symbolic and ceremonial. A Swazi guy, an engineer, argued for monarchy. People were asking me if I would be seeing Jeremy and wondered how it would go if we did meet. We met and talked for 2 hours in a cafe in Rondbosch. He asked about my life, my job, my projects, my take on South Africa. I outlined my readings, discussions, observations, reflections, and turned the questions on him. Eventually, we came to the interview saga. He had discovered further details about how it was orchestrated and played into tactics surrounding the congresses of the SACP and ANC, where the Africanist and technocratic elements had allied against the socialist forces in the ANC. He argued that the struggle was still in play. Deep transformation was being blocked, but progress was nevertheless being made in reforms in the financial sector and land. He spoke of alternative paths of accumulation that built on the structures of rural and township societies that could be built into sustainability. He cited the position of Bukharin on the NEP in the USSR and said that he read what I had written on him and agreed with it. Later that day, I was reading an essay of his in Voices of the Transition, where he quoted Joe Slovo saying that many were prepared to die for the struggle, but asking how many were willing to kill for it. In this time, Cronin went on, it was important to speak truth to power, but it was also necessary to go the next step and take up the challenge of actually wielding power, of making the truth powerful and power truthful. The rapport we had come under strain, but it was still there. Jeff Rudin asked me to speak to a group called Socialist Initiative on the topic Socialist Realignment, Challenges and Prospects in SA and Internationally. I didn't feel well, but somehow I got through it. The group wanted to find a way to relate constructively to the ANC and SACP, while staying independent from them. I spoke about the historic role of communist parties, as a force on the left that dared to exercise power. Although they did so monumentally and tragically much of the time, I argued that there was more to defend than to denounce. Everyone on the left should have an understanding of that, I contended. The discussion was quite wide-ranging. Back at my DCU job, I did my best to follow events in Africa. I went on a Make Poverty History March in Dublin in 2005, but I was very critical of this campaign. There were many positive aspects of this coalition addressing issues of aid, trade, debt, poverty and justice, but the negative dimensions did much to undermine any positive impact. The prominence of global superstars, the dominance of a liberal discourse, and the marginalization of African voices did more to obfuscate than to clarify the problems of Africa. As I watched the televised Live Aid concert, harking back to the 1985 Live Aid concert raising money for famine relief in Africa, I cringed as one performer after another spoke of Africa. Oh, those poor people, but isn't this awesome and aren't we wonderful? Africa was again the dark continent, its people, poor and helpless and voiceless, except that now, politicians and rock stars were shouldering the white man's burden. The causes of poverty, the systemic imperatives of colonialism, capitalism, imperialism, the struggles of liberation movements, all fell away in this mock-heroic, mindless myopia. On one occasion, when I was lecturing and spoke about poverty in Africa, one student exclaimed, "What? Even after Live Aid?" Addressing this syndrome, I presented a paper at a development studies conference a few months later titled "Speaking of the South, Northern Voices and Southern Realities." I started with a brilliant article in Granta by Kenyan writer Binyavanga Wainaina titled "How to Write About Africa, Some Tips, Sunsets and Starvation Are Good." He went on to detail all the caricatures of non-African writing about Africa. I followed it in the same style with how well-meaning Irish people spoke of Africa, start with Nelson Mandela and how he was a colossus, who saw what needed to be done and made it happen. Don't complicate things with socio-historical forces. Don't mention the layers of negotiators and role played by others, especially if they were whites or communists, or even worse, both. Let the mass movement fade into the shadows. Don't dwell on neoliberal economic policies that Mandela insisted were not negotiable and how he was faded by the rich, famous, and powerful on the world stage. Don't raise questions about how heroes of the liberation movement have become multimillionaires. Don't wonder why nothing will turn the masses against Winnie Mandela or Jacob Zuma. Let people know that you have seen how people live in the townships, but remark on how resilient they are and how they know that change will take time. Don't go on about shack fires, evictions, electricity cutoffs, the bucket system, and all of the protests about these issues. We know that housing is still a problem, but sure aren't Niall Mellon and the lads sorting it out? The AIDS statistics are alarming. Thabo Mbeki shouldn't go surfing on the internet at night. Make sure to mention Bob and Bono and Live Aid. Great Irish angle here, our guys telling world leaders what to do. Sure, where would Africa be without them? Still a lot to be done, of course, but wasn't it great? Looking to find another way, I asked, when so many voices from the north of the world strike so many discordant notes when speaking of the South, how is it possible to find a voice that is strong, significant, and truthful, yet not neocolonial and arrogant? I reflected on the problems of writing about Africa from Europe, the issues involved in forging meaningful, reasonable terms of engagement. I was sensitive to the voices of those who had already accused me of overstepping the boundaries. The time was coming to write up the results of my research, which was interrupted by many other tasks. I had another sabbatical coming up in 2007, when I would spend a semester in South Africa and then write. When I returned in 2007, I moved through my ever-expanding network of colleagues and comrades, and probed their lives and observations, but I also spent a lot of time alone reading newspapers and novels as well as academic journals, watching television news and drama, listening to talk radio and reflecting on it all, as I usually did. Some statistics from the SA Sunday Times: 48% employed, 57% had flush toilets, 1.3 million lived in shacks, 1.7 million in huts, 3% had university degrees, 75% felt unsafe. There were widespread power cuts. Much of the discussion concerned getting electricity generation fixed for the 2010 World Cup. Another big story on the news was that HIV/AIDS was now spreading faster among the more educated and affluent sections of SA society. There was controversy about whose names should be inscribed in the new Freedom Park. Should those who fought and died in SA defense forces during the apartheid era be included? Some really strong views enunciated on that one. There were also a lot of voices coming in on the public battle of the songs Delare versus Umishini Wami. The first song harked back to the Anglo-Boer War and became a rallying call for far-right Afrikaners and international neo-Nazis, although the singer-songwriter Bach van Blerk distanced himself from them and said his song described Delare, who was a fighter against colonialism and imperialism. The other song, Bring Me My Machine Gun, was Jacob Zuma's anthem, sung by Zuma himself and by crowds in stadiums and outside courts. Zuma was a contender for president of both the ANC and South Africa, despite being charged with corruption and rape. There was yet another war of words between the ANC and SACP, with Jeremy Cronin accusing the ANC of suppressing certain views and wanting to marginalize or exclude communists. I watched the opening of Parliament on television. The fashionistas were declaring kaftans and turbans out, with a more tailored look in. Mbeki's State of the Nation speech was predictable enough, with no questioning of the set agenda, no new departures. There was a new television drama, 90, Plein Street set in Parliament. The main character was a female ANC MP with 2 children, whose ex-husband was chief whip. Lots of potential there, but the script was a bit tame. There was conflict, but it was basically about extending the time a bill was in committee, versus moving legislation on, tension between doing important work and having a career, versus raising children, problems of having a working relationship with an ex. To have bite, it would have to deal with ideological tensions within the ANC, but I wondered if it would go there. This time, I had a television in my room, so I turned it on at 6 every morning and switched between channels for breakfast television. In the evenings, there was so much television drama. There were slots where there were 3 indigenous soapies on simultaneously, on different channels for 5 days a week. There was an excellent miniseries called Mthunzini We Entaba in Isi Kosa with English subtitles. It was about a group of boys about to undergo Kosa initiation and their various attitudes toward it, including the fear of death. The controversies surrounding the ceremony were intensified when news came of the death of 8 real-life initiates in the Transkei, splitting the village into camps of those who supported the old ways and those who rejected them. It showed one boy caught between a traditional father and schoolteacher mother. Would he please his father and risk mutilation or death, or please his mother and forever be regarded as a boy in the eyes of his people? There was uproar among Africanist traditionalists, and SABC took it off the air under pressure. I went to the cinema with Brian Bunting to see Catch a Fire, written by Sean Slovo. The plot revolved around a guy who worked in a power plant who joined the struggle and blew up the plant. Brian took exception to scenes in training camps where MK recruits were singing "Kill the Boers," at odds with ANC policy of non-racialism. Later, I went to the Baxter Theatre with Norman Levy and 2 epidemiologists from South Africa but at Columbia University for many years. Truth in Translation was a play about the interpreters during the Truth and Reconciliation Committee and the psychological impact of their having to speak the words of both perpetrators and victims in the first person. The script, singing, and music were excellent. As usual, I accepted invitations to book launches. One was on Memories of Cape Town, which was unusual in that it featured a theatrical group who acted out people's memories to mime and music as well as speeches. At breakfast, the new Awarden Chuma Himanga was circulating and introduced herself to me. She said that she heard that I gave the first ever presentation in the A lecture series in 2001 and asked if I would be willing to present in this year's series. I said that I would and outlined my current research to her. The first in the new series was being given by Eric Brost, the U.S. ambassador to South Africa on US-SA relations. Brost, who put a sophisticated, African-American face on U.S. foreign policy during the Bush administration, had a way of seeming to answer challenging questions from the floor without really answering them. I spoke to him afterward and asked him why he did not put his talents to worthier use than defending the indefensible. He took a "my country right or wrong" line. The second in the series was my presentation on universities, social movements, and market forces, where there was deeper engagement and livelier discussion. I made my usual rounds on the upper campus, paying a courtesy call to the philosophy department. The head of department, David Benetter, was as welcoming as ever, but there was still no meeting of minds. He was an analytic philosopher who did not engage with the questions I did. His attitude was that philosophy is philosophy, but it shouldn't be watered down to make it relevant to Africans. I asked whether he thought that it was important to engage in the debate about Eurocentrism and African philosophy. He said no, basically arguing that what was called African philosophy was pre-modern. But shouldn't the debate be taken on? I asked. No, he said, it just raised racial tensions. We discussed Mamdani at UCT and Makaba at WITS, two controversies where issues of Africanization of curriculum were in play. I asked him about transformation and he said that he didn't know what it meant. He did agree with me about the commercialization agenda and thought that it was very worrying for philosophy. I passed by a lecture hall where another philosopher was giving a lecture on philosophy of mind and wondered what the listening students were thinking. In the UCT campus paper, there was an article on a student awarded a Mandela Rhodes Scholarship from the Mandela Rhodes Foundation, who said that people who won this award should have a little bit of Mandela and a little bit of Rhodes. I had a meeting with the new Dean of Humanities, a Marxist, Paula Ensor. I raised questions about transformation in the intellectual sense and explained my research agenda. She said that she usually dealt with things several levels down, but entered into the discussion as I posed it quite willingly. She said that there were many inspired teachers and much good research in the faculty, but not so much within an overall intellectual framework. Still a Marxist, she was sometimes aghast at the conservatism of students. Listening to my sense of how things were going globally, she thought they were perhaps protected by their distance from metropolitan centers. I met another professor in the faculty labeled as an A-rated researcher, who considered himself a Marxist, but, incomprehensibly to me, felt no pull to be active beyond the university. My friend Andrew Nash was back from the US and based at UCT now, teaching political theory. He filled me in on the latest philosophy conference at Stellenbosch, various people at UCT, his take on university trends and procedures, imperatives to publish, performance-related pay, the UCT rate for the job reports, and the mentality of students. I had to laugh when he described an exam paper where a student wrote that, for Lenin, the Vanguard Party was top of the pops, whereas for Gramsci, hegemony was the name of the game. He said he was looking, perhaps in vain, for some sense of a collective project at UCT, but it was eluding him. On a smaller scale, though, I thought he was part of something at UCT that I did not have at DCU. Even the elusive discourse of transformation offered an aspiration that was missing in my university. He invited me to a seminar on contemporary capitalism that he organized, leading with a reading from Perry Anderson. There followed a stimulating discussion among academics in sociology and politics. Another day, there was a session on SACP strategy in the sociology seminar room. It started with presentations from Andrew Nash and Mazibuko Jara. Andrew argued that it was important to engage with the SACP, which was the largest political formation on the left in SA, which was coming to see the need for left allies. Another UCT prof said that he found the whole discussion amazing, because he was not accustomed to being able to discuss the SACP without being denounced by those inside the party for being critical, or being dismissed by those outside it for engaging with it in the first place. Andrew outlined the key points of a recent SACP document, which put forward a strong critique of the parasitic character of black economic empowerment, allowing an elite to enrich themselves at the expense of the masses, and argued that the state was still contested terrain. It saw the balance of forces as being against socialism at present, but still open to possibilities. Mazibuko added that 1994 had led to a strengthening of SA capital, while masses of people were rotting in informal settlements and rural areas. He thought that the document was ideologically weak, that there was a need for a more structural critique and a serious left project, whether it involved staying in the ANC or challenging it from outside. Ed Wethley thought the ANC was long past being a vehicle for transition to socialism. Jeff Rudin said that there was a disjuncture between the two parts of the document, almost certainly written by Jeremy Cronin, a robust critique followed by a limp remedy. Sociologist and activist Jonathan Grossman said that there was a sense of the immunity of capital, which never had to answer to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. The notion of the developmental state was now an excuse for lack of class struggle. Sheila Barsall said that the liberation movement had turned into Godzilla. She feared a split in the party. Lungi Sile and Sabija was at these gatherings. We met over several lunches to talk further. He spoke of life in the Eastern Cape and suggested that he bring me there during my next time in South Africa, so I could see for myself. He told me his son had decided to go through Xhosa initiation rites. In his work, he was addressing the role and future of chiefs. We also explored the position of Africanism and Marxism in SA universities. He asked me if I would give a presentation in the sociology department. I agreed, and my topic was identities, ideologies, market forces, and social sciences. After I spoke, the first two to respond came at me from opposite directions. Dave Cooper, head of department, took a somewhat crude class reductionist position, saying that academics were well paid and that was why they didn't resist. Melissa Stein said that she was a post-Marxist, as she thought that class analysis was oppressive and didn't take due account of gender. Lungi Sile said he wanted to publish it in State of the Nation, which he was editing. Another day I went with Andrew to the Centre for the Book in the centre of Cape Town. It was to be a seminar on transformation of higher education, addressed by Naledi Pandor, SA Minister of Education. In the event, it was addressed by the Deputy Minister Enver Surti. It was not good. I had already read all the policy documents that had been strung together by some civil servant to make the speech. There were a lot of questions and comments from the floor, including from me. Each question had a spark of life, but Surti's answers flattened each one until it wilted and died. A deputy vice-chancellor of UCT, the same one who chaired the lecture by the U.S. ambassador, was equally gushing on this occasion. In closing, he proclaimed that we were all absolutely spellbound by the speech. Not so. Before and after it, I had a good conversation with Andrew on the issue of transformation, asking him what his vision of it would be. He said that there couldn't be transformation in higher education without a transformation in the whole society. Assuming that, what would universities look like then? I asked. He said that people without access to universities should have access now, and that the curriculum should deal with the experience and problems of the oppressed. He didn't think that there could be any Lysenkoist orthodoxy in any area though. I also saw a lot of Norman Levy, whom I knew from the party branch as well as academic circles. I visited his apartment in Sea Point, where there was a sea view on one side and mountain view on the other. He was an activist, treasontrialist, academic here and abroad, and was writing his memoirs. We discussed a number of memoirs we both read and the traps to be avoided. Another night we went to dinner in Bokop, the Malay Quarter, with Mala Singh, a philosopher now in charge of the quality assurance body in higher education, and Nazima Badsha, Deputy Director General of Education. They spoke of their vision of transformation that inspired many who worked in the higher education sector. We also addressed the decline of philosophy departments and the limitations of analytic philosophy. On another occasion, I accompanied Norman and visiting U.S. academics to the WALP Forum at UCT Law School. Helen Zill, mayor of Cape Town, argued that you could not have a consolidated democracy unless there was a realistic prospect of a change of government. Then we went to a late dinner, where we took on many questions, including whether Engels was the intellectual equal of Marx. Yes, was my line. As on previous visits, I had many good talks with Salma Ismail. She was now on the Academic Senate. There was a debate about interdisciplinarity, or return to traditional disciplines. She brought me to her new house in Ronbosch, where she had moved, because her previous neighborhood was becoming too Muslim. Although she had been raised in that tradition, it was becoming uncomfortable for her to wear shorts, and her sons were coming under pressure to go to mosque. Her academic area was development education, especially for women. She had been on a trip to Afghanistan to train women and found them so hungry for knowledge. Some told her that things had been better for women when the Soviets were there. Over 3 days in Salt River, I attended a political seminar, funded by the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation, on the theme State, Party, and Popular Power. The SACP were not happy with the RLS working with other left organizations on such events, but party members still took part. Presentations on the first day ranged from Marx's 1844 manuscripts, to Germany 1918, to Brazil under Lula. Many saw parallels between the Workers' Party and the ANC. The second day was more focused on South Africa. Andrew Nash gave a clear exposition of the relationship between capitalism and democracy, the formal equality that allowed material inequality to continue, and the problems of the market as a measure of value. As most of the non-ANC left, he was very skeptical of the concept of the National Democratic Revolution. Jeremy Cronin defended it, while agreeing with much of what Andrew had said. He outlined how the capitalist class had courted the ANC and effected the 1996 class project that imposed gear and demobilized the mass movement. It was a luta discontinua. He argued for struggling through the present structures for a socialist democracy that would still need a constitution, multi-party elections, and parliament, although there should also be multiple democratic entry points. Suraya Wudian, of the Nihao Union, remarked that she assumed that she was there to provide race and gender balance, but proceeded to be quite hard-hitting, arguing that the present situation was unsustainable, that the ANC in government was betraying the working class. She saw the current succession debate as between those who were enriching themselves and others not getting the same opportunities about communists unleashing police on strikers. The discussion from the floor was diffuse, but at issue was the legitimacy of working through the state. The mood was against the position that Jeremy was arguing. Mercia Andrews, speaking from the non-ANC left, conceded that it was necessary to be critical of this tradition too. This line of march had raised its flag high with the position of socialism or nothing, but had failed to build an alternative path to get there. Mazibuko Jara argued against writing off the ANC-led state and for seeing the state as a contested site. He also made the point that many of the left didn't give the SACP credit for how it had grappled with Stalinism. He pointed to the serious disorganization of the left project. Others made various points, including how the ANC had nearly monopolized the international view of South Africa and its left traditions. Another session was on gender and the state. Basically, most felt that feminism had been defeated in the general demobilization of the mass movement and had been replaced by the bureaucracy of the national gender machinery within a neoliberal framework. Again, the discussion from the floor was diffuse. One odd note was an intervention from an older woman from Durban, who introduced herself as Mrs. and gave out about women who were lazy, because they shopped in supermarkets instead of growing their own fruit and vegetables. We broke up into discussion groups after that. Fortunately, I was assigned one that was meeting in the courtyard, rather than a stuffy room. The discussion was all over the place, but with some interesting recollections of how it was in days of the United Democratic Front during the 1980s. Then there was a diatribe from a guy called Ashraf, of the anti-eviction campaign, who drew a line between the left and the poor. Calling for less talk and more action, for example, ending the conference by burning a councillor's house down. Most didn't do that but stayed for a brat. Andrew, who was my lift home, wanted to leave. We had dinner in a Mowbray restaurant, which turned out to be a lucky escape, as many who had attended the bra came down with food poisoning during the night, one even taken to hospital. The third day was devoted to group discussion again. This time I was in a group with members of a Bahlali base Mjondolo, a group bravely defending shack dwellers, who also denounced left intellectuals. I didn't know what particular grievances had incited this, but I felt that the atmosphere at this session was toxic and counterproductive. As always, I participated in protests, whether at Parliament against the World Bank or at UCT over wages. At UCT, organizers announced free toy lessons during the strike. I ran into Jonathan Grossman, very much the activist as well as academic, and we had a good talk about the dynamics of the situation, as well as the position of the global left. Back at the warden was patrolling to see who was on strike. I attended the AGM of the party branch. There were 18 there at the start, but more than 50 by the end. The substantive item was a political report given by Sheila, followed by discussion. Basically, it was about the relationship between national liberation and the transition to socialism. Many of the people who turned up late and voted for officers, even some who were elected, had not been seen before by Brian, Sheila, Ed, or other stalwarts of the branch, which I found unsettling. Even though Ed was ill with pancreatitis and Brian had lymphoma and was undergoing chemotherapy, they remained active. Many of our discussions were about the succession stakes in the ANC and how the SACP was looking to Jacob Zuma as an alternative to Mbeki. Mazibuko had been expelled from the Young Communist League over his opposition to this, expressed in an article titled "What Color is Our Flag, Red or Jay-Z?" Sheila and I drove to Mazibuko's house in Muizenberg to meet him. We walked to the beachfront and had dinner at a place called the Empire Cafe. It was a nice dinner, despite the cafe's name, with interesting conversation. Mazibuko, despite his expulsion from the YCL, was still in the SACP at that point, although it was only a matter of time until that became impossible. He was also talking about doing a PhD on land reform. They asked me to be on the international board of a new magazine called Amandla. Those involved included both ANC and non-ANC left. Throughout this trip, I met with constant references to the Cronin interviews. One person suggested that I interview Helen Zill. The code was that an interview with me was the way to bring a person down. I laughed on one level, but it made me sad on another. As before, I found it hard to tear myself away from South Africa. Andrew arrived to bring me to the airport at 5:30 a.m. Although arriving at 6 o'clock for an 8:25 flight, I had to rush to board, because the airport was grossly understaffed and there were long queues for every exit procedure. In a society with such high unemployment, this was ridiculous. As always, the adjustment to Ireland was difficult, but I got back to work at DCU and struggled to write up my research, amid other tasks. The result was a long article, Contradictory Transformations, Observations on the Intellectual Dynamics of South African Universities, published in a Critical Education Studies journal. Addressing the expectations about the transformation of higher education aroused by a liberation movement coming to power, I focused on the underlying assumptions shaping academic disciplines, the debates contesting them, and the social political economic movements encompassing them, while probing the impact of Marxism, Africanism, postmodernism, and neoliberalism on the production of knowledge. In piecing together a picture of the present, I was constantly pushed back to the past of the academy as well as the past of the society in which it was embedded, often far further back into the past than I had intended. To my surprise and sadness, I found greater intellectual ferment in the liberation movement than in the liberation. I traced the trajectories of philosophy, psychology, sociology, literature, political economy, and history. The decolonization of history had been a powerful force in the liberation movement. The master narrative of apartheid had been overthrown and a new narrative was under construction, although it was far from agreed that there could be an agreed narrative. This was a society actively reconstructing its past in the context of every conceivable complexity of the current conjuncture. At the same time, there was a marginalization of historical consciousness. In 1994, historians thought that their time had come, only to discover that it had passed. At UNISA, enrollments in history dropped from 10,000 in 1994 to 1,500 in 2007. Whatever government ministers and vice-chancellors declared, however sincere their intentions and struggle credentials, the nation was inserting itself into a global process where the systemic logic went in the direction of increasing commodification of knowledge and surrender to the exigencies of the market. Students did not want to detain themselves with the history from below. They wanted to leap into the future and live from above. They wanted to make money, wear designer labels, drive fast cars, and live in leafy suburbs. I concluded that South African universities were caught up in a complex field of forces where they were subject to conflicting pressures. The result was a state of contradictory transformations, one stemming from the politics of liberation and the other from the demands of the global market. Both were actively at play, but the former was struggling against the dominance of the latter. I sent the article to various people I met in the course of my research and they came back to me with responses. The email debate list debated my article. Many of the SA academics on it found it a fresh take on things that could only be written by an outsider who noticed things that escaped locals, whereas others thought it tread familiar ground. One contested my stance on the Makaba affair, but others came to my side. Still others said that it was too focused on UCT, or that Cronin, Ismail, and Bundy got off too lightly, because they talked left but walked right. I appreciated both the affirmation and criticism, especially in the way that the responses didn't make me feel as if I were walking on eggshells and venturing where I didn't belong. I knew how fraught many of these issues were. I was also aware of the hazards of a European writing about Africa, and knew that this set of respondents would be a tough audience, because most of them knew the material far better than I did. Meanwhile, political tensions continued and events moved on. The left within the ANC made a concerted push for power, but all the nuanced, complex debates about alternative strategies for the ANC became subsumed into a gladiatorial combat between two patriarchal titans, Thabo Mbeki and Jacob Zuma. Zuma presented himself as a simple and earthy man of the people, in contrast to the elitist and vindictive figure of Mbeki. He became a lightning rod for disparate frustrations and ambitions, both conservative and progressive, united in a coalition of the aggrieved. The SACP and COSATU, so long at odds with Mbeki, backed Zuma, despite charges of corruption and rape, and with little evidence of commitment to the agenda of the left. Blade Nzimande appeared constantly by Zuma's side in the arena. Hein Murray, in the excellent book South Africa Pushed to the Limit, which I reviewed, saw this as an indefensible shortcut to power. It willfully chose the route of theatrical campaigning around a half-baked messianic figure over the painstaking slog of building a genuinely democratic left movement that could challenge for hegemony. Murray astutely traced the shift from the Rainbow Nation interlude under Mandela to the alliance of Pan-Africanist romanticism imbued with neoliberal exigencies of Mbeki, to retro-patriarchal dramaturgies of the rise of Zuma. In December 2007, at an ANC conference in Polokwane, Zuma was elected president of the ANC. In September 2008, the ANC recalled Mbeki as president of the Republic and replaced him with Kgalema Motlanthe as interim president, because of the charges hanging over Zuma. After the general election of May 2009, Zuma became president of the nation. His presidency was marked by many forms of corruption, including excessive public expenditure on his homestead in Gandla and state capture, in which his family and associates commandeered public resources for private gain and claimed to have cabinet positions at their command. Despite populist diatribes against white monopoly capital and imperialist plots, his government implemented neoliberal economic policy. Zuma also embodied many forms of venality, including a reversion to toxic tribalism and violent masculinity. The massacre of striking mine workers in Marikana in 2012 marked a low point of this regime. The problem of zonification of the ANC was now taking the form of Zumification. Even worse, it was not only the ANC but the SACP as well. Blade Nzimande, Jeremy Cronin, Rob Davies, and others became government ministers. They did not effect a shift to the left. Zuma used the left to achieve power, but dumped, marginalized, or co-opted them once in power. In the SACP, those dissenting were sidelined, vilified, even expelled, including Mazibuko Jara and Vishwa Satgar. Satgar, who was SACP provincial secretary in Gauteng, declared that the SACP under Nzimande and Cronin had committed political suicide and led the party over a cliff. COSATU was also riven with strife. Its general secretary, Zwelinzima Vivi, who had supported Zuma, recanted and, in 2010, warned, "We are heading rapidly in the direction of a full-blown predator state in which a powerful, corrupt and demagogic elite of political hyenas increasingly controls the state as a vehicle of accumulation." In 2013, the National Union of Metal Workers of South Africa, the country's largest union, withdrew support for the ANC and SACP and called on COSATU to break from the alliance and build a new left front. It also demanded the resignation of Zuma. In 2014, NUMSA was expelled from COSATU. This expulsion was opposed by Vivi, who was also expelled. Breakaway parties formed. Congress of the People was founded in 2008 by former Mbeki loyalists. Economic freedom fighters came into being when Julius Malema and his allies were expelled from the ANC Youth League in 2013 after turning against Zuma, whom they had previously supported. Workers' and Socialist Party was formed in 2012. There were many protests and manifestations of disaffection. Zuma was booed at the Mandela funeral in 2013. Although this ferment was driven by forces within the country, Zuma lashed out against shadowy international elements and movements, and ANC Secretary-General Gwede Mantashe blamed the fury at the Marikana massacre on anarchy, driven by people who are far away, singling out Sweden and Ireland. The Irish person in the frame this time was Joe Higgins, MEP, who had attended the WASP Congress. By the time the 2014 general election came, there was considerable opposition to Zuma in many quarters. Various stalwarts of the struggle spoke out against him. Ronnie Kasrils, a leading figure in the ANC and SACP for many years and government minister under Mandela and Mbeki, launched a Vote No campaign, asking voters to spoil ballots or vote for parties other than the ANC. Nevertheless, Zuma won a second term despite the drop in the ANC vote, but opposition continued. The EFF engaged in colorful theatrics in Parliament, and there were many street protests demanding that Zuma go. Through all this turmoil, communists such as Nzimande, Cronin, and Davies served in the Zuma administration and said very little about the burning issues agitating others. I especially wondered what Jeremy was thinking. When he did speak, it was often to put a slippery and sophisticated spin on a defense of the indefensible. Sometimes he came out as an attack dog on the left. No one could do it better. He did not engage in crude vilification as was unleashed against other dissenters in the way he employed his considerable verbal skills against Irvin Jim and NUMSA, while he remained silent on Zuma and Gandla. Against Ronnie Kasrils, he reminded him of when Kasrils was his mentor in the days of struggle and taught him that organizations are bigger than individuals. He did not defend Zuma, although he admitted Gandla was an unfortunate debacle. He did not try to justify his silence on many issues about which he would have spoken previously, but he did accuse Kasrils of being missing in action when Cronin was speaking out on the burning issues during the Mbeki presidency. This accusation was fair enough, but Kasrils was redeeming himself now, and I hoped Cronin would do the same eventually. One journalist, Palesa Moradu, speculated in 2017 when Cronin would claim to have been secretly against Zuma all along, as he sometime hinted. She called him a master craftsman, a weasel wordsmith, with his inimitable ability to almost say something without quite saying it, while leaving a vague stain on the consciousness. That was exactly what he did about the interviews. Even Nombona Sagaza, who had been so defensive of Jeremy and hostile to me in 2002, tweeted in 2016, "The Poet Lied" is a title of a poem by Adia Ofi-Iman. It came to mind, when I heard Jeremy Cronin on SACP and Zuma. Cronin had a remarkable capacity to twist and nuance, and it blended so easily into obfuscation and deception. The interviews kept resurfacing over the years. After Cronin again gave a false account in an article in Umzabenza, I wrote to them to ask him to stop giving a dishonest account of the publication of his interviews with me and reminded them that I had documentary proof that they were intended for publication. In 2016, Thabo Mbeki wrote a series of public letters tending to his legacy, one of which referred to Jeremy Cronin as communicating outright falsehoods about the ANC to Dr. Sheehan. Jeremy responded that he thought the interviews were background for my academic research, that he stood by the substantive points made in the interviews but apologized only for breaching confidentiality. Then he eloquently went for the high ground. As South Africans, we are facing major crises: searing unemployment, poverty, inequality, persisting global economic turmoil, a drought, and more. Too much public commentary and too much of the energies of those of us in politics get focused on demonizing personalities, on the comings and goings of Game of Thrones, palace politics, and on appealing to tweet-length attention spans. In response, I wrote to him yet again, telling him that he would be more credible defending the truthfulness of what he said in those interviews if he was also truthful about the circumstances of the interviews. I know that many people have done worse things to others and to me, but to have someone with whom I had such great rapport and respect throw me under the bus over and over again was more hurtful than much of the rest. As disappointed as I was at this and his other evasions, I didn't think his motives were venal. Even when he did things that were hard to justify, I did not think it was because of egoism, careerism, greed, or other such motives, but because he convinced himself that it was necessary to position himself to do most good. In 2013, Nelson Mandela died and the great man theory of history ran rampant. His life and times were celebrated in a way that was devoid of complexity, contradiction, critique, forces of history. He was a leader of a monumental liberation movement, a movement that had not fulfilled the hopes entrusted to it. I did think Mandela was a great man, but I cringed as others worldwide gushed, blandified, or distorted his role and legacy. I suspended my normal routine to watch the funeral. Many of the speakers read their texts, full of the ever-recycling clichés, at the crowd, who were quite restless. I wasn't sorry when Zuma was booed, although there was a question of whether it was the right thing to do at Mandela's funeral. I liked the singing and toy-toying best. I cried once. It was during a hymn called A Plea for Africa, which I often heard sung by SACP comrades in beautiful harmonies when I was in Moscow years ago, but back then it was a secular version, with words more appropriate to a liberation movement. I wasn't impressed by all the VIP positioning. I was struck by the mixture of revolutionary and oligarchic elements and how seamless all this seemed to be for so many, as it did for Mandela himself, but not for me. In 2015, students demanded that the statue of Cecil Rhodes on the UCT campus be removed. The Rhodes Must Fall movement began with a student throwing feces on the statue while others toy-toyed around it. Protests, participants, demands, and occupations multiplied. Within a month, the statue was removed, but the momentum continued, raising sweeping demands for the decolonization of knowledge and supporting workers' demands on outsourcing, wages, and working conditions on campus. The ferment spread to other campuses. Although this movement had morphed into Fees Must Fall, it also encompassed demands for radical transformation and escalated into militant mobilization. Happy to see Rhodes fall and impressed by the emphasis on deep and radical decolonization, I expressed my support on social media. I was also glad to see reports of teach-ins addressing the relation of class, race, and gender. However, problematic aspects began to emerge, including exclusion and silencing of supporters based on race, disruption of educational activities, and destruction of public property, including books and progressive art. I had been struck by the series of paintings by Charismo's Richard Bahalo, the first black student to receive a Master's of Fine Arts degree at UCT. They showed the liberation struggle as it played out at UCT over the decades, images of poor people demanding entry to the doors of knowledge, earlier students protesting at the Statue of Rhodes. I saw RMF in the tradition of these radical impulses at UCT. Baha'u'llah supported RMF. I could not understand it when I saw a photo showing Baha'u'llah's paintings among those being burned. I could understand why they burned portraits of Jan Smuts and Edward, Prince of Wales, but why these paintings? I was also shocked to hear that Ngugi wa Thiong'o, who had been calling for decolonization of the mind for decades, was treated with disrespect when he came to speak in South Africa at this time. The Fallist movement, as it came to be called, spilled out of the campuses and onto the streets, becoming a Zuma must fall movement, too. Although Zuma survived multiple votes of no confidence in parliament and in his own party, the pressure on him to resign or be recalled was building. The SACP finally took a stand against the corruption and state capture after Blade Nzimande was reshuffled out of cabinet in 2017. COSATU added their voices to the many others that called for an end to his presidency. At the ANC conference in 2017, the battle lines were drawn. The Zuma candidate for ANC President Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma was defeated by Cyril Ramaphosa. Zuma resisted all moves to force him to resign as president of the country, including being recalled by the ANC, until he finally resigned in February 2018 and Ramaphosa became president of the country. The Zuma forces continued to plot within the ANC. As 2018 was coming to a close, I was thinking it was time to go to South Africa again. As I was circling around dates and flights, an email unexpectedly appeared in my inbox inviting me to come to South Africa as a visiting fellow. Such serendipity. It was from the Mzala Nxumalo Center in KwaZulu-Natal. This center was set up by Blade Nzimande, as Minister for Higher Education to honor Mzala Nxumalo, a Marxist activist and intellectual known for his strong commitment and fierce polemics, who died at a young age and did not make it back from exile to a free South Africa. I said yes, and we planned an itinerary for February through March 2019. I looked forward to feeling the pulse of South Africa at this conjuncture, making new contacts and reconnecting with old ones. I also, I had to admit, wanted to escape the cold and rainy north for the warm and sunny south. Although my higher intellectual aims were fulfilled, the weather didn't work out so well. I arrived in the rain and left in the rain and got caught in the rain many days in between. In fact, it rained every day of my first 5 days in Joburg. This time was also a period of heavy load shedding, so there were constant power cuts, due to long-term corruption and mismanagement of the power generation system. Nevertheless, there was much to compensate for that, and I was happy to be there. I was met at the airport by Olusegun Morikinyo, a Nigerian working in South Africa, whose PhD I part supervised. He drove me around different areas of the city, talking about each of them, as well as discussing SA politics and universities. We arrived at Thulani Lodge in Melville, where I was staying. It was quite basic, but I really liked it. There was lots of African art around and a pool, too. Derek Buckler, the coup of the center, came to discuss my itinerary, and we met again later for dinner to have a more wide-ranging talk about the operation and ambitions of the center. The next day, I attended a meeting at COSATU House, between the Chris Hani Institute and the Mzala Nxumalo Center, about how I could best be of use to them. They spoke about their work in worker education and asked me if I could give a seminar that would address worker education, universities, identity politics versus class analysis, grand narratives, and the state of Marxism today. A tall order, but I agreed to do it. We agreed on a title: Is Marxism relevant to our struggles today? On other days, Olusegun, an expert on transformational thinking about museums, took me around to various museums. We went to the Apartheid Museum, the Workers' Museum, and Constitution Hill and had a thoughtful dialogue about the history and interpretations of history on display. I took issue with the hagiographical treatment of Mandela and the great man theory of history underlying much of it. My main event was to give the Mzalanksumalo Memorial Lecture at University of Johannesburg. I worried about how many would come, with lashing rain and heavy security at the gates and a clashing event at Wits involving many people I knew, but the attendance was good, perhaps 200 or more. It was officially sponsored by the university, and there were well-subsidized receptions with food and drink before and after the lecture. I was graciously received by the Vice-Chancellor, Deputy Vice-Chancellors, Deans, and various administrative and academic staff. I met the family of Mzalanksumalo. It was a very efficient operation with a big screen and high-res projector for my image-heavy PowerPoint, which looked quite well. Chwilaji Merwula, the Vice-Chancellor, spoke before me, supposedly to introduce me, but went on about the Fourth Industrial Revolution, the need to produce more engineers, the age of the current Chinese leaders, plus a misinterpretation of quantum physics, which he claimed disproved scientific determinism, which was the basis of Marxism, thereby disproving Marxism. Naturally, I took issue. My topic was class, race, gender, and the production of knowledge, where I addressed these questions such as, how do class, race, and gender impact the production of knowledge? Is it enough to include those who have been excluded? Or has knowledge itself been tainted by the exclusions of class, race, gender, and colonial conquest? How to proceed with such realizations? How do we decolonize our minds and our universities? Should we repudiate existing knowledge and start again at zero? Or should we return to the indigenous knowledge of our ancestors? Or should we engage in a radical and critical transformation? How has Rhodes Must Fall dramatized these dilemmas? What does Marxism have to offer in working through these issues? The lecture was highly polemical. After that, the respondent, Sabelo Ndlal Vugatshini, gave what was more a lecture of his own about decoloniality, but it was thoughtful and complementary to my lecture. After that, there was a question and answer session, where activists in Fees Must Fall were the most challenging. One asked, what should we burn, in response to my criticism of the burning of books and progressive art on SA campuses. The closing remarks were to be from Blade Nzimanda, now a government minister again, but he sent a message saying he was tied up in Parliament in Cape Town. After that, I mingled and spoke to many people. A dean said that my lecture blew her away. Stephanie Alice, professor of education at WITS, emailed me to say, absolute fire. In between times, I wandered around the city a bit, more so than during my previous time in Joburg. After lunch at Market Square, I passed time in Mary Fitzgerald Square, where I had just missed a COSATU rally, but there were still remnants of it, with stalls selling colorful union and political regalia dresses, jackets, hats, overalls, bags, and groups waiting for their lifts back to their townships. Walking around Melville, I was approached by a young woman of 18, whom I first took to be a boy of 12 or so, who asked to recite her poem to me. It was about growing up in Alexandria Township and I was quite moved by it. She then asked me to buy her food. I went into the shop with her and she bought bread, milk, peanut butter, and beans. In the evenings, I met various colleagues over dinner, Sam Ashman of UJ on one night and Patrick Bond of WITS on another. The streets were in total darkness and I had to feel my way to my residence. When I arrived at my room, I could light a candle. After a week in Joburg, I went to Durban. In the area where I was staying, the power was out when I arrived in the afternoon, until 5:25 the next morning. The next day, Derek and I went for a walk around the city, mostly by the seafront. It was a warm, sunny Sunday, and there was a great atmosphere with many people from all sections of society having a day out. We had lunch in a restaurant with live sharks in a tank that took up a whole wall. On Monday morning, I arrived at the Mzala Center in Pietermaritzburg, where I spent most weekdays. Derek introduced me around and then set me up in an office. In mid-morning on the first day, I attended a staff meeting. The agenda was mostly reports of various activities during the past week, including my arrival and lecture, and future strategy and funding. On other mornings, I conducted seminars on such topics as Marxism as research methodology in humanities, and social sciences, and Marxism as epistemology and philosophy of science. There was a good level of participation. Various people, mostly postgrads, came into the office where I was working to chat about their research projects. I spoke longest to Sandra Hlungwani, who worked for NUMSA and was now doing a PhD in media studies. She also filled me in on NUMSA, SAFTU, and SRWP, confirming much of what I suspected had been happening on those fronts. One researcher asked me to look at a research proposal that was based on a traditionalist postmodernist conceptualization of indigenous knowledge systems. I wasn't convinced and argued about truth criteria, but found it frustrating to come up constantly against a lack of critical scrutiny of traditional beliefs and rituals prevalent in Africa, as well as actual affirmations of African magic, even among left-leaning intellectuals. Another researcher was also training to be a Sangoma. One afternoon there was an unscheduled staff meeting. Derek announced that Percy Ganyama, a senior researcher at the center, had died, suddenly and unexpectedly, at the age of 42. Everyone was shocked. He had been ill recently and even in hospital over the weekend, but nobody knew how serious it was. The mood was somber. The following day, the center was closed. Instead, we went to the Ganyama home in Pinetown. We heard more details of his final days, but there were long silences. On the following Saturday, we were supposed to have gone to a YCL commemoration of Mzala in rural KwaZulu-Natal, but it was cancelled, because a YCL leader had been recently assassinated and that was the day of his funeral. It also turned out to be the day of Percy's funeral. The ceremony, in a sweltering sports hall, lasted 3 hours. It fused traditional Zulu culture with evangelical Christianity. The problem was that the person who died was a Marxist and an atheist. There were moments when his left intellectual and political commitments were acknowledged, but the funeral became swamped by all the religion. There was more singing than speaking, quite beautiful and fascinating singing, and some dancing, too. My favorite moment was when a reggae song was played and people danced around the coffin. A participant told me that normally there would be more singing and dancing from the mass of participants, but that was restrained on this occasion, because of the disparity between the words and rituals and the dead person's beliefs. After the service, we went to the cemetery, where the singing continued while the coffin was lowered and the grave was filled. Then we went to the Ganyama home, where a catered lunch was served to many people in the house and garden. Most evenings, I had time to watch television and check out the news, current affairs, and the soapies. I noticed that the term Decade of Decadence was being widely used to describe the Zuma period. One evening, I went out to dinner in Durban with Mala Singh and we had a good catch-up talk, especially about the scene in higher education. I also read essay novels. Rumors, the latest by Manganawali Sarot, now a professor of philosophy at UJ, was a retreat into African magic. It was also very flabby, both in literary style and intellectual position. Its protagonist, a former MK commander, had lost his way in the new South Africa, his job and marriage falling apart, drinking too much and ending up homeless. He was saved by returning to ancient rituals, communing with ancestors, and reading bones. All characters spoke with the same preachy, sentimental voice. Novels I liked better were London Cape Town Joburg by Zukiswe Warner, New Times by Rihanna Rossau, and The List by Barry Gilder. I also read the detective novels of Dion Meyer. After 10 days in Durban, I was back in Joburg, where I gave a lecture at Kosatu House, sponsored by the Chris Hani Institute and Mzala Nxumalo Center, on the relevance of Marxism at this conjuncture. The respondent was Alex Mashalo, SACP spokesman, who impressed me. The discussion from the floor was intelligent, challenging, and passionate. I went out to dinner that evening with Mazibuko Jara, Vishva Satgar, Michelle Williams, and her mother. Michelle's mother was talking about US politics, her German origins, and how awful the GDR was, so we didn't really click, but it was polite. I was keen to talk to the others about what happened with their expulsions from the SACP, the Democratic Left Front, the United Front, and such matters, which we got to, eventually. They were also very involved with practical issues, such as rural education and food security. Also during this stint in the city, Ibrahim Harvey came to interview me for a book he was writing about class, race, and gender under the ANC, although what resulted was more of a conversation than an interview. Then it was Cape Town for my final 10 days. It was great to be back, although Brookland House, the guest house booked by the center's travel agent, was highly problematic. I was here to lecture on the decolonization of knowledge but was booked into an aggressively colonial residence that seemed to be trying to recreate English aristocratic life in Africa. A portrait of Churchill was the first thing I saw when I walked in the door. Everywhere I looked, there was something offensive, many monarchist crests, books on the British Army, a biography of Margaret Thatcher, a framed certificate proclaiming the owner lord of the manor, huge heads of dead animals on walls. At breakfast, I spoke to a young US surgeon who wasn't bothered by the decor at all and assumed I didn't like it because I was Irish. He was doing study work at a local hospital, and told me there were many infectious diseases, many of them HIV-related, rarely seen in the United States. On my last 2 weekends, I spent Saturdays with Andrew Nash, walking and talking by the sea, 1 week on the Atlantic Ocean side, the next on the Indian Ocean side. Andrew was very negative about the atmosphere at UCT and universities generally, especially the lack of respect for undergraduate teaching, Blade's time as Minister of Higher Education, and the state of the nation. The second week, he filled me in with additional background on the people and issues I had encountered during the week. We zeroed in on how Rhodes Must Fall played out at UCT, and ended with the bleak state of the planet, which was preoccupying him. Salma Ismail also told me a lot about Rhodes Must Fall at UCT when she invited me to her home for dinner. She was involved in the Black Academic Caucus and, for many years, had worked to pressure UCT for more radical transformation. She spoke sadly of the contempt expressed for previous generations of struggle, of the bullying, exclusion, and destruction in the tactics of RMF. She noted that many RMF activists were from elite, Model C schools, and their black pain stories were mostly about having white teachers. On the plus side, they came down hard on the philosophy department. Lungisile Nsabija, now director of the Center for African Studies, also spoke to me of the atmosphere at UCT during the RMF years, and the blind spots of the protesters. We had a dense and convivial conversation about the history of Africa studies at UCT, the agenda of academic decolonization, Lungisile's research plans and mine, and much more. On the UCT campus, I was so happy to see the empty plinth where Rhodes had fallen. I was also pleased to see a building named after Neville Alexander, who impressed me so much during my first time at UCT, and Jameson Hall, now renamed Sarah Bartman Hall. My main duties in Cape Town were to give a lecture and a seminar co-sponsored by the Alternative Information and Development Center and the Mzala Center in the AIDC premises in Observatory. My lecture on class, race, gender, and knowledge was chaired by Wabi Long, who taught psychology at UCT. Jeff Rudin had asked me to address the negative moralism of race and gender, and what should be a Marxist response to that, while warning me to expect a hostile reaction if I challenged any shibboleths. The Rhodes Must Fall people were there and vocal, and there were sparks flying during my interactions with them, but I felt they were responding less to my actual arguments and more to their caricature of white Marxism. One articulated an Africanist critique of Marxism, which was extremely convoluted and hard to follow. I argued that I was glad to see Rhodes fall, and thought the current ferment about decoloniality was progressive, and thought Marxists should engage with it. One RMF activist who had been involved in burning those paintings said she wasn't going to explain why they did it. I later discovered that both of her parents were Marxists, ones I knew, and I had been in her home when she was a child. One young guy stood up and said he wasn't very educated, but he thought that Marxism was cool. Another day, I led a seminar on the current relevance of Marxism. It was well attended and many people spoke. I also had an enjoyable evening over dinner with AIDC people, including my old friends Ed Wethley and Jeff Rudin. I was impressed by a young guy named Dominic Brown, who was striking in his knowledge of international Marxism. I didn't attend any party meetings on this trip to South Africa, but I did spend an evening with Sheila Barcel, which gave me a good chance to catch up with her and with the party. She was aging and had mobility issues, but still had a strong sense of purpose, much of it centered on the SACP, being on its Central Committee and Politburo. After dinner, we sat on the steps of the UCT upper campus overlooking a panoramic vista of Cape Town by night and reviewed all that had happened since we last met. She maintained that the party had admitted its mistakes with respect to Zuma. I wondered if that was soon enough and had gone far enough. I noted that the party expelled comrades like Mazibuko and Vishwas, who were right on the Zuma period. We went through the fate of various comrades from the branch. We mourned Brian Bunting, who had died. We were shocked that Mfundo died in a botched hijacking. We regretted that Lucky Montana had been corrupted during his time as railway chief executive. We were glad that CK Leela, Manasseh and Lucian were working productively in the public sector and trade unions. Rob and Jeremy were standing down from government and parliament after the May election. I told her that I had been debating with myself about whether to contact Jeremy and she urged me to do so. I was sorry to hear that neither the Jack Simons branch nor the Fred Carnison branch were functioning. Nevertheless, the party had 335,000 members, but it was mostly confined to townships. I wrote to Jeremy, telling him that I still felt angry and betrayed by him, that I was sad that the great rapport between us was broken, and that I wasn't sure if it could be repaired, but I was in Cape Town for the next few days and wondered if we could meet. I received a conciliatory email from him, saying that he had hoped to come to my lecture, but got tied up in Parliament and would be out of town for much of the time I had left, so it didn't look possible to meet, but hoped we could get past the fallout from the interviews and resume relations, and added that he remained puzzled by my hurt, because he never blamed me. I explained, once again, that I knew he didn't blame me, but spoke in such a way that others blamed me. I expressed my persisting respect for his intelligence and commitment and told him I was glad he was stepping down from Parliament and government and intended to write. He sent me a paper on the bicentenary of capital as an indicator of the sort of thing he wanted to do. I read it while watching Parliament on television and seeing him there. Again, I watched as much television as time allowed, as a way to explore the terrain. Watching Ramaphosa handling question time in Parliament, I was struck by how much more sophisticated he was than Zuma. On Sunday morning, I was watching a preacher going on about the virtue of wealth and how the success of rich people glorified God. I also took time to walk around Cape Town to remap it for myself, reflecting on how much decolonization was still to be done. The Rhodes statue in Company Gardens had still not fallen. Queen Victoria was still standing outside Parliament, despite so many Marxists inside Parliament during these years. Then there was the awful symbolism and reality of the Mandela Rhodes place, the iconic five-star hotel where you could stay for R3,050 a night. Outside the hotel, I encountered a demonstration of farm workers. Then I went into the Slave Lodge, a Cape Town museum, for a very informative but disturbing run-through of the history of slavery in the Cape. I returned to the SA Museum, where I wanted to look again at those controversial exhibits and discovered that they had been removed due to ongoing tensions over racial representations. I went to the National Gallery, where I liked a few paintings and other works, but found a lot of the work to be empty bluff. At the end of that day, I ate at a Kurdish restaurant called Mesopotamia and sat watching Green Market Square traders pack up their wares. I was sorry when it was time to go. On the long flights home, I read Rebels and Rage, a reflection on fees must fall by Adam Habib, vice-chancellor at WITS, who argued that he was justified in calling in police to deal with protesters. I regretted that I couldn't stay for the Marxism conference in Durban, organized by the Mzala Center, but I watched as much of it as I could via live stream from home. Unfortunately, that was the center's last act before funding ran out, furniture put into storage, salaries terminated, and all work reverted to a voluntary basis. I had come so far, geographically and ideologically, from the world of my origins, to be able to walk some of my days under African skies. Some expected that I would come back with stories about stunning landscapes, adventurous safaris, and primitive tribes. I tried to convey a sense of Africa as cities, universities, television and talk radio, parliaments, and political protests. For all its difficulties and disappointments, this was a better version of Africa, and I am glad I chose it. Chapter 6. No surrender. Retirement is not the right word to characterize these years. From 2009, I was active politically, wrote books, reviewed papers, spoke at conferences, and traveled the world. Even the term active retirement usually refers to playing cards or golf, and not such activities as getting caught up in an uprising in one country and occupying a television station in another. I survived gunfire and burning buildings, an economic crisis, and a global pandemic. I struggled to make sense of unexpected events. I marked some political victories, but many more defeats. Navigating the zeitgeist was as challenging as ever. In my final year as a full-time academic, there were constant demands, treating me as if I were essential until I was suddenly expendable. I declined to take holidays to sort out my files, to ensure my modules continued, to plan for a time without me. I endured Sam's constant scolding, reminding me of how hard the trade union movement struggled for workers' holiday entitlements. I knew he had a point, but I could never reduce working in a public university to commodified labor. I never tuned out from the job in the evenings or on weekends, and I didn't do so when my salary stopped on the last day of September in 2009. October 1st was not much different from many of my previous days. Although it began a major transition, it wasn't retirement in any way except for my salary being replaced by a pension. I went into DCU every day. I continued to supervise PhDs. I advised those taking over teaching my modules. I supplied references. I wrote articles and attended conferences. I gave many interviews to students, journalists, bloggers, and podcasters. I continued living as an academic. However, I did stop teaching, except for occasional lectures, and I found it hard to let go of that. I was glad to be free from marking and meetings. Above all, I had time to write that I didn't have while doing all that teaching, meeting, and marking. My retirement was marked by two events at DCU. The first was organized by the School of Communications. It began as a seminar where colleagues addressed my academic work in history of ideas, science studies, and media studies, followed by tributes from my PhD students. Finally, there were testimonials from abroad from such figures as ecologist Richard Levins of Harvard and historian Lauren Graham of MIT. I especially liked a point made by Levins, unlike liberals, who repeat ad nauseum that things are not black or white but shades of gray. Helena sees the world as a rich and colorful kaleidoscope and does not use complexity to dodge judgment. There was also a university event marking my retirement as well as that of several colleagues in other areas. Most declined to speak, but I chose to speak, focusing on how DCU had evolved, valuing the multidisciplinarity and practicality, while regretting the loss of philosophical and historical dimensions. I was appointed emeritus professor. I established my new routine. I arose at 5 a.m., walked to the university at 8 o'clock, had a swim, worked in my new office until lunch at 12 o'clock, went home in the afternoon, where I read for a while and then wrote. My new office was a shared one with various visiting researchers and part-time lecturers. Over the years, I found most of these visitors fine, but initially I had to deal with an office made from hell. I attended many DCU events, academic seminars, visiting lectures, and staff socials. I participated in various groups, an African studies group, a philosophy reading group, a retired staff book club. I served on a committee to commission a history of DCU. I kept up with academic gossip. One of the first big stories was a scandal involving one of our external examiners, who was exposed as claiming to have a PhD when he didn't. Before I settled into my new routine, I went to the US where I took up a month-long fellowship at Boston University and then spent a further 2 weeks in Philadelphia. It was an opportunity to get focused on writing my book Navigating the Zeitgeist, particularly my first chapter about the US in the 1950s. I hadn't been to the US in the autumn for many years, and the season was as attractive as I remembered. Even into November, the weather was balmy enough to read outside, and I had many reflective walks on the Boston Common and along the Charles River. Not that it was all happy and scenic. The view from my apartment in Allston was of dumpster diving. I packed a lot into my time in this intellectually stimulating environment. Some of the events that I attended at Bulletin were a panel discussion on the Obama presidency, a debate about U.S. policy in Afghanistan, a series of lectures on American popular culture, a conference on the future of the book, a conference on journalism and history, a symposium on Darwinism, a lecture on scientific experiment, drama, and the origins of the novel, a lecture series on narrative and autobiography, a preview of the television series The People Speak. On the Obama presidency, the panel focused less on Obama the man than on how his presidency intersected with the contradictory mentalities of the nation. The most critical was Howard Zinn. A student asked what he would have Obama do. Zinn replied that he should announce withdrawal of U.S. troops from Iraq, Afghanistan, and 100 other bases around the world, and use the trillions of dollars saved to provide free public health care. For a start, he emphasized that no president was a savior and it would take a strong grassroots movement to make the Obama presidency what it could be. The debate on U.S. policy in Afghanistan was very liberal on both sides, making it atypical of U.S. debate outside of high-end universities. After the debate, student journalists were swarming, looking for reaction interviews. I no sooner finished giving one interview than I had another one. The event on the television series, based on Howard Zinn's People's History of the USA, took place in a full hall with clips from the series and a panel including Howard Zinn. During the questions from the floor, students once again asked what they should do. Chris Martin answered well, telling them not to expect some master answer from a sage, but to think about what they care about, what they could do about it, and then to do something about it every day, like exercise. A student said that his generation wanted change, but didn't want to do anything about it, at least not anything that couldn't be done on Facebook. The lecture series on U.S. popular culture was right on my agenda, especially one on rethinking the 1950s, given by a very young academic, Brooke Blower of the history department. She argued that Americans were reimagining themselves in the suburbs, that a new national culture was being forged, that there was a need for rules and advice for everything, that there was anguish underneath the surface of conformity. She used examples from magazines, films, books, and television. The conference on journalism and history focused on problems of historiography, on alternative logics in organizing a narrative, on different kinds of evidence, on what to do about lacuna in the historical record. The conference on the future of the book began with the principal of Cushing Academy, which had removed paper books from their library and replaced them with computers and e-books. He took a stack of big books from his bag, placed them on the podium, took the Kindle out of his pocket, saying that it held 1,000 books, instantly downloaded the complete works of Aristotle, and then shoved the books onto the floor in dramatic contempt. The room was full of librarians who were horrified. I agreed with a lot of his points about adopting new technologies, but didn't like his showy manner or this act of disrespect for paper books. A formal reply was given by Christopher Ricks. I also agreed with many of his points, but didn't like his haughty manner, which included a gratuitously condescending remark about the Irish. I found the whole thing interesting, but thought it was too narrowly focused on paper versus electronic books. The larger forces threatening the future of books, the shortening attention span, fragmentation of research, fast-track careerism got scarce attention. The symposium on Darwinism was in the Boston Colloquium in the Philosophy of Science series, which I had attended many years ago. David Depew of the University of Iowa spoke about shifts in conceptual framing of Darwinism, challenging geocentric and individualist interpretations of evolution and the use of Darwinism as a bully pulpit by such as Richard Dawkins, celebrity biologist and atheist. There was a return of the repressed and a new tendency to see organisms as integrated ecological flows rather than points on statistical arrays. Lynn Margulis, well known for her development of the concept of symbiosis in evolutionary biology, continued along such lines, arguing that evolution was about the whole biosphere and took place by symbiogenesis. She spoke of inheritance of acquired genomes. I was getting a grip on what was meant by neo-Lamarckism, a revival of belief in inheritance of acquired characteristics. She opposed the fragmentation of knowledge in universities. Another day, I went to a lecture on scientific experiment, drama, and the origins of the novel by Michael McKeon of Rutgers. I had noted a building named after Erwin Silber, so I was interested to hear McKeon's negative remarks about the dark years of the Silber era at Bulletin. He argued that scientific experiment and empiricist epistemology made possible a theory of literature as a distinctive form of empirical knowledge. On another day, a lecture by Joshua Landy of Stanford was on narrative form and the meaning of a life. It was a topic of great interest to me, but the lecture was unsatisfactory, because Landy saw the meaning of a life as basically individualist and aesthetic without seeing personality or aesthetic criteria as grounded in socio-historical experience. Another lecture on this terrain was by philosopher Peter Goldie, who spoke on narrative thinking, emotion, and autobiographical memory. He introduced the idea of dramatic irony in constructing autobiography, opening the gap between the author as me now as narrator and the me then as character in the story, dealing with the difference epistemically, evaluatively, emotionally. With many universities in the Boston-Cambridge area, there was so much going on that I always had many options. Even looking at the websites of Harvard and Bulletin, scrolling through faculty research interests and courses taught, I noted the vast areas of knowledge covered. There was an attempt to encompass the whole, thus justifying being called universities. So many institutions called universities these days were organized around market-oriented niche areas and did not feel like real universities. I went into the Harvard bookshop, where there was a whole section devoted to books by Harvard faculty. It wasn't even an exhaustive collection. At DCU, in contrast, it was a struggle to have books respected. During the next decade, DCU's campus bookshop closed. In the philosophy department at Bulletin, I met Tien Ucao, who told me his story. Although he was a Marxist, he had trouble with the Communist Party of China from early days when he wasn't allowed to go to university, because his father was supposedly a bourgeois, because he was a herbal medicine salesman and joined a trade union connected with the nationalists. Then, with a twist of policy, Tien was admitted to university and argued openly for a critical versus dogmatic interpretation of Marxism and ended up in prison. One thing after another held him back in his studies until he managed to get to Cambridge University and then to Harvard. His wife had an academic position at the London School of Economics and lived in the Engels House in Primrose Hill. There was an exhibition of post-communist art in Boston, while I was at Bulletin, which was underwhelming. The only paintings that I actually liked were ones from before 1990. The rest were just paint on canvas, which left me cold. This time in Boston also gave me the opportunity to catch up with colleagues I met in connection with my work in the past, especially in science studies. It was good to meet again with Robert Cohen, John Stahel, and Lauren Graham, all emeritus professors now. When we met in his Harvard office, Lauren told me it was the happiest time of his life. Richard Levins had not retired. Among my interactions with him was a visit to his class on human ecology at Harvard. We met several times in a cafe in the early morning, where we arrived in the dark and spoke many hours beyond sunrise. We discussed politics, universities, theories, families, etc. It would be hard to say what we didn't discuss. He believed, as I did, that the truth is the whole. We also met at a dinner party organized by Abasur of MIT, which allowed me to meet with other Marxist scientists, including Richard Lewontin. One person there was an expert in healthcare and gave a lucid critique of Obamacare from the left. This was a hot issue at the time, but unfortunately much of the opposition to it was coming from the right. On television news, I saw a demonstration against Obamacare, where the attitude was, "I'll take care of mine and you take care of yours." In other news on the health front, there was an epidemic of H1N1. Looking back on it after COVID-19, it is striking that no public health measures were put in place. There were large gatherings with no social distancing or face coverings, no daily news of numbers of cases or reports of deaths. I was in crowded public transport and lecture halls. I contracted it. I felt wretched, then better, then wretched again, over and over, which took me out of circulation for 10 days, which was so hard when there was so much happening. As always, I watched a lot of television to feel the pulse of the nation, but found it so shallow, trivial, myopic, bidding. On Sunday mornings, there were mad preachers ranting about how the evil of Russia and other rogue states was foretold in the Bible. While in America, I kept up with events in Ireland, especially a rising tide of protest at the national political response to global economic crisis. There was much controversy on social media about a one-day national public service strike, which provoked snide accusations about teachers wanting to use the day for shopping. I was proud of my son, now a teacher, who answered ably. On the day of the strike, I planned to attend a conference at Bulletin. I checked my watch on my way out the door, to discover that it was 4 a.m. I had mistaken a phone alert from my union about the strike for my wake-up alarm. The train from Boston to Philadelphia brought back a flood of memories, with so many stops connected to events of my past. In Philadelphia, I met with friends and family. As always, I had a catch-up with my ex-husband, Jack Malinowski. For the first time in decades, I was with family for Thanksgiving. It was usually all my brothers and sisters, except me, but this year it was all except my brother Joe, possibly because of me. We had our differences, but we had recently come to a final parting of ways. On Facebook, he had posted a poll on whether the phrase "under God" should be eliminated from the Pledge of Allegiance. Not content with voting no, he wrote that, according to another poll, only 2.3% of U.S. citizens were professed atheists, therefore they should crawl under a rock and die. I wrote back, "How many of your great majority have given one moment's thought to the arguments and evidence regarding the existence of a God? How many in your republic have any respect for those who have? What is the relation between such aggressive disrespect and the failure to face the question?" First, my comment disappeared and then he unfriended and blocked me. Admittedly, our relationship was already fraught. He had become a full colonel in the Marines. There was a battle of ideas and struggle for power in the world and we were on opposite sides. At one stage, he had a gun to his head in Iraq, but somehow got out of it, and credited our mother in heaven with saving him, as this occurred on the anniversary of her death. He sent an email to our brothers and sisters who were believers, citing Jeremiah 29:11, "For I know the plans I have for you," and believed it relevant to those unbelievers who shared the same womb. My sister Teresa believed the citation related to a prophecy that some guy in a bar made that she would be the vessel for bringing me back to religion. When at her apartment, I answered her phone and Joe hung up on me. My sisters asked me to come to Mass with them for old time's sake. I declined. When they were dropping me off at the train, I spotted a huge mural honoring Paul Robeson. We doubled back and I explained who he was as I photographed it. Although we were born of the same parents, we lived in different worlds. I settled into this new stage of my life in Dublin. My way of life was healthy, pleasant, and productive. My writing was focused and flowing. I was happy, but it was not the happiness of youth. There was a sense of possibilities closing down, a relative lack of adventure, surprise, romance. However, there was a sense of fulfillment, of looking at a body of work accomplished while I was still in a position to develop it further without anxiety and insecurity about finances, time, position. I responded to many requests to do media interviews. The topics were varied: the future of universities, the history of Irish television, the relation of science and religion, a new biography of Engels, gender stereotyping, how atheists celebrate Christmas, a debate on will the center hold or are things shifting to the left and or right. I believed that it was important to use such opportunities to make important points to a wider audience, but sometimes I was sorry I bothered. When I looked at the final result of a filmic essay for which I was interviewed, it was badly focused and edited, full of pseudo-profundity about land, myth, religion, modernity. Another time, it seemed to be a good idea to go on a late-night current affairs show to debate whether there was an alternative to capitalism, but it was a total bear pit, where well-known right-wing figures Declan Ganley and Konstantin Gurdjieff constantly interrupted and insulted my fellow Marxist Kieran Allen and myself. Vincent Brown, the television host, found all the shouting amusing and let it rip, instead of attempting to get it focused. It was rule of the rudest, generating much heat but little light. Vincent Brown could be good at times, but often darted down blind alleys and missed core points. I had the good sense to decline to go on air for a rap party for the TV drama Love/Hate, as it was premised on loving the show, whereas I was hating it, because it groveled in gritty details of gangland violence, devoid of socio-historical context, devoid of any implicit or explicit psychological, cultural, or political analysis. As the mobile phone came into increasing use for media interviews, I took calls from all sorts of places, whether a street in Croatia, a beach in Corfu, a television station in Athens, or between connecting flights in London or Paris. Social media, especially Facebook and Twitter, became increasingly knitted into the texture of my life. My experiences of these media were overwhelmingly positive and continuous with the life I lived on other terrain. While there was considerable continuity between most people's Facebook personae and the lives they lived, there was sometimes stunning dissonance. One person whose life was falling apart, even to the point of an attempted suicide, appeared to be happy and flirty, and to spend much time playing online mafia wars and zombie wars. Another, a failed academic, who lived off whomever he could seduce, made grossly exaggerated claims about publications, prizes, and globe-trotting successes. I also had many arguments. For example, when I supported protesters on the streets of Athens, one response was that the Greek people should grow up and stop living beyond their means. I asked how teachers earning €900 a month were living beyond their means. Another time, I got into a Twitter storm, which spread to Facebook, with John Crown, doctor and senator, who used the occasion of the death of Eric Hobsbawm to air his opinion that being a Marxist historian was like being a creationist paleontologist. When challenged, he doubled down, calling Marx a crackpot, pseudoscientist, and believer in predestination. An academic psychologist unfollowed John Crown, saying that he was bringing the Sinead and academia into disrepute. The Royal Irish Academy retweeted Crown and later apologized. Social media provided a forum for those who did not get invited on mainstream media to interact with those who did. It was also a forum for those of us who did to discuss topics not discussed on mainstream media, such as the opacity of the discourse when it came to class. Sometimes the public discourse across all media seemed lost in a la-la land of shallow sentimentality, especially in the Disney world of celebrity visits, where the elite continued to party at our expense. The uncritical obsequiousness surrounding the visit of the British Queen to Ireland in 2011 was smothering. During the receiving line at Dublin Castle, our own elite were bowing and curtsaying. Seamus Heaney, who once wrote, "Be advised my passport's green. No glass of ours was ever raised to toast the Queen," sat at the top table and toasted the Queen. I let off steam on social media, reminding my fellow citizens that it was a time of intensified redistribution from below to above and asking them to get off their knees. One former student of mine reminded me it was not Paris 1968. Interesting, I replied, that a 60-something leftist intellectual was so passé and an 80-something monarch was now so cutting edge. DCU Catering hosted a royal tea party on the occasion of her grandson's wedding. What sort of republic is this? I often asked. Then there was the Obama visit, another occasion for mindless and obsequious commentary. The big rally at College Green was a big yes we can thing about belief in ourselves. Yes we can do what? No mention of Wall Street or Afghanistan or Iraq. Even from a low point of expectation, I found the Obama presidency disappointing. He was handsome, smart, and sophisticated, which made him in some respects worse than his predecessor, because he knew better than what he did. At least his autobiography, Dreams of My Father, made me think so. When Pope Francis arrived in 2018, it was more low-key and much of the discourse was about how Ireland changed since the last papal visit, what the Church would do about clerical sex abuse, and how faith should be respected as an individual choice. While a few gushed for Ireland, they were marginal. Politicians politely shook the Pope's hand and did not genuflect or kiss his ring as they had in the past. Crowds on streets in Dublin city centre were estimated to be 20,000, much less than the projected 100,000. When he passed my house, very few came out. Those who did so more out of curiosity about celebrity spectacle than religious fervor. My reading habits during this time shifted away from academic texts, especially ones I had to examine, to novels, blogs, tweets, and links from social media updates. I was reading more things that people wrote because they had something to say, not because they wanted degrees or promotions. Of course, I was constantly dragged back to such academic texts, with requests to examine theses, review articles, book proposals, and books. I responded to an email from a colleague about signing a pledge to refuse to peer review articles not available in open access journals. I did not see why we should give our labor freely for journals that did not pay authors or reviewers, while extracting a price that many readers and even some authors or university libraries could not afford to pay. That should have been an easy battle for academics to win, but not enough were willing to take the time or minimal risk of taking on this industry, thriving on a parasitic commodification of knowledge. I attended many conferences and seminars and engaged in many debates, sometimes from the podium and other times from the floor. At a conference on the U.S. crime drama The Wire, I was struck by how people could talk about class without actually talking about class. There were two papers on the white male working class that were almost totally focused on race, ethnicity, and gender but not class. The avoidance of class in contemporary academic discourse and in the wider culture was a big theme for me. At another event, specifically on culture and class, I defended an ideological analysis of culture against hollow aestheticism and bourgeois individualism. At a conference on reinventing the university, many of the speeches simply recycled the standard clichés about competitive advantage, knowledge economy, stakeholders, diversity and inclusion, etc. The single transferable speech on higher education. At the final discussion, I called attention to the domination of the conference by a certain ideological position and the use of public funds to do that without a dissenting point of view being represented. I attended another conference, which dealt with more substantive issues, airing a critique of neoliberal hegemony, but diffusely, so no strategy to counter it emerged. Another event organized at DCU by SIPTU, our union, focused on the dissenting position and the need to defend the public university from the onslaught of commercialization. Everyone who spoke agreed, but only because those who accepted the dominant position, either actively or passively, stayed away. I made the point that, while much could be done within the university, neither the source nor the solution of the university's problems were within the university. DCU's chief operating officer was there, although he didn't speak. I spoke to him afterward, in a space between an aggressive Bank of Ireland presence recruiting clients and an Islamic display attacking evolution. About the latter, I asked him if he thought there was any line that could not be crossed, if there was anything that would be intellectually and/or morally below the line to be appropriate for a university to display. He asked who decides. Which was a good question, because it opened the bigger question of whether there were any common epistemological and ethical criteria for making such decisions anymore. Another day, there was a stand where passers-by were invited to see how you look in a hijab. I noted this on Facebook, including my reaction, which was no. There were more than 50 comments, some of them nasty. One commented, Islamophobia equals racism. It sometimes seemed as if Islamophilia equals anti-racism. I dissented. One suggested that I try it. I remembered that I once was a veiled woman and now recoiled from it as a symbol of patriarchy, human or divine. On still another day, there was a stall recruiting contestants for the Rose of Tralee beauty contest. Every year, I took in the fare of university societies to see what was on offer, increasingly approaching the event as an anthropologist, studying some strange subculture. One year I passed from a sign asking, "Do you know Jesus?" to come upon two guys in combat gear with toy machine guns and other guys threw frisbees. There were invitations to go golfing, kayaking, caving, running, weightlifting. There were lots of free sweets, pens, and condoms. No red flags. Various political parties had stands. One guy asked me to join Young Fine Gael. I said that I wasn't young and anyway I'd rather be dead than do so. Would you join Fianna Fáil then? A girl asked me. A wave of nostalgia for the campus of the 1960s rushed over me. Another year, as I passed the Young Fine Gael stand, I asked, why would anyone join Young Fine Gael? When he couldn't find words, I pushed on, is it because it's a party of power and you want to get on in the world and you don't mind being a puppet of plutocrats? He said that he didn't see it like that, but was unable to articulate just how he did see it. I stopped after a few sentences, as it felt as if I were punching a balloon. Brian McCryth was named new president of DCU in 2010. I took up the invitation to attend his inauguration and happily joined the academic procession in my doctoral robe. I expected there to be various nuances and absences in the speeches that I would contest, although only in my own head. However, I could not let pass the presence of prayer in the ceremony, especially since all previous ceremonies at DCU had been secular. Moreover, the assembled were expected to give a prescribed response, "Blessed be God forever," assuming the hegemony of a theistic view of the universe. It was ecumenical and based on the inference that the voices of the combined religions somehow encompassed the worldviews of us all. I went directly to my office and wrote an all-staff email, protesting that this was not the case, because there were significant numbers of staff and students who were not religious believers. There were lots of responses both on and off list. Most, but not all, agreeing. The prayer controversy became the talk of the campus and found its way into the mass media, following a story in the Sunday Independent. The president did not respond in email or in public but called a meeting with those who expressed dissent on the prayer. He claimed it was meant to be inclusive, although it turned out to be exclusive. He agreed that it was inappropriate, especially the prescribed response, and assured us that the university was a secular institution and it would not happen again. The discussion ranged more widely, too, dealing with how DCU could be a more intellectually vibrant institution. He called me into his office again a few months later to discuss the situation of retired academics and how it could be improved, and asked if I would be willing to participate in working groups, pro bono. I would. The most demanding of these tasks was to serve on a committee to commission a history of DCU for its 40th anniversary. I have found DCU to be a very good place for retired academics, although the use of the email system to deal with controversy was closed down, with some of the pressure to do so coming from below, from staff who wanted to know only about such matters as funding opportunities or power outages, since all the seconds it took to delete email controversies could otherwise go into teaching and research excellence. I got quite upset by what seemed a constant dumbing down of academe. Under financial pressure, there was drastic pruning of degrees. Modules dealing with broader historical, sociological, philosophical, political, economic context, including my history of ideas, were axed, yet one on puppetry was added. Thesis and language requirements were scrapped and 5-credit modules were bumped up to 10 credits. One day I was stopped by students doing a vox pop for a video class assignment, who asked, "What is the most important lesson you have learned from life?" Off the top of my head, I said, "The importance of worldview." They looked surprised and said, "That's the most intellectual answer we have got." I asked about the rest. "Mostly about drink," they replied. "This is a university, isn't it?" I thought to myself, walking away. At the start of a new academic year, the Department of Higher Education tweeted its well wishes to students beginning higher education with a quote from Theodore Roosevelt, "A man who has never gone to school may steal from a freight car, but if he has a university education, he may steal the whole railroad." Disgraceful, although revealing. Universities devoted much attention to branding themselves with all the buzzwords about individuality, opportunity, networking, diversity and inclusion, entrepreneurship, achievement, excellence, everything except knowledge. Another day I was in a department store and noticed a corner with the word philosophy in neon lights. Such is capitalism, banish philosophy from universities and use the hollowed out word to sell skincare products. I thought it was bad enough when bookstore sections on philosophy were filled with New Age lifestyle guides. Sometimes, I felt like a dinosaur on the verge of extinction. However, I intended roaming the earth and roaring for a while longer. Despite my constant critique, I was still very attached to the university in general and DCU in particular, and I felt grateful that I still had a place in it. As I donned my red robe for the graduation of my last PhD, Seamus Sweeney, a big rite of passage for him and for me, I reflected on how important it was to be in mainstream institutions, especially ones such as universities and media, and felt proud at being able to function without either being closed out or blending in uncritically. I spent a lot of time talking with younger colleagues about academic sense and nonsense, about how some people knew the difference and some had not a clue. I felt very proud of another of my PhD students, Declan Fahey, who went off to American University for 5 years and came back to DCU, embodying sound intellectual and moral values and a strong commitment to both teaching and research. At a meeting of a research center to which I nominally belonged but from which I felt increasingly alienated, I found myself moving into my anthropological mode in relating to the now dominant model of research, funding calls, composing proposals made to fit the call, finding international partners, executing work packages, employing methodologies of content analyses, audience surveys, focus groups, receiving feeble results, clumpy reports, after much effort expended in arriving at the dead end of gray literature that nobody reads. The drive to bring in external funding kept ramping up and I watched mediocrities who mastered the maneuvering rise. Although these academics did not conceptualize the proposals or do the research or write up the results, they were supposedly the principal investigators, and got promoted accordingly. Of course, they did little or no teaching, using research funding to buy it out. They swanned around on high salaries and public prestige while subcontracting all the actual work to academic underlaborers, in a grotesquely parasitic web of relationships. At a discussion of academic strategy, a new lecturer was all about branding, about discerning what those in power wanted us to be, and how to show them that was what we were. He sounded like a character from Mad Men. Although he didn't do any of the jobs that I did, he was hired because I retired. It occurred to me that universities would soon be populated only by those who remembered them no other way. During this period, there was a meeting at the Gresham Hotel of concerned academics, who issued a call for emphasis on critical thinking and social responsibility and opposition to grotesque commercialization. Speakers spanned a wide spectrum, from leftists like me to Fine Gael ex-Dowsiak Garrett Fitzgerald. Several times I exploded at visiting speakers. For example, at a big international mass communications conference at DCU, a speaker lazily remarked that Irish people did not protest. This was at a time when there were more and more protests, and I resented being discursively obliterated. My own presentation at this conference was called The Compliant and the Defiant, Dominant v Dissident Narratives of the Crisis in Ireland and Greece. I spoke as much as an activist than an academic without apology or veneer of detachment. At another international conference at DCU, this one on Eastern European Studies, I listened to a colleague give a paper on Hungarian refugees in 1956, without the slightest hint that she was one of them or even Hungarian. Most participants were Eastern European academics who came across as quite detached from their subject matter, however much it had inevitably impacted their lives. My own presentation was on the International Lenin School, a thread woven through all the twists and turns of the communist movement from 1926 to 1991, which was quite a fascinating and world historically significant story. It went down surprisingly well, given my expectation that the audience might be hostile to my point of view. I did present quite factually, but I also disclosed my relation to the material and reflections on it. At the social, people spoke in a far more engaged way. As always, there was a big difference between the formal and informal discourse at conferences. Some told me of their surprise at the way I spoke at the conference, although approvingly in some cases. Through it all, I took in much detail about the post-communist world, much of it making me want to weep. Still, there were some young, intelligent, critical intellectuals looking askance at it. At another seminar on another occasion in another university, when I was speaking about the underlying motivation that certain academics had for choosing their research areas, one guy responded cynically that he did history for money and not for passion, and that was the difference between professionals and amateurs. More academics than ever were in it for salary, promotion, and prestige, and cared little about their subjects or students. Others cared, but too chaotically, because they had not taken the trouble to lay foundations. They knew too little and had not organized what they knew into a coherent view. As a result, they were flailing about and sowing confusion and chaos in their teaching and publications. Across various disciplines, the intellectual level deteriorated. When I attended media studies events, it seemed as if the first decades of cultural and media studies had never happened. There was once a solid presence of those who, like me, analyzed culture by excavating underlying worldviews. At that time I thought bias in news analysis was a crude concept. Even that seemed sophisticated now, with the field dominated by far cruder concepts like fake news and bad actors. At various events involving both journalists and media academics, there was an image predominating of mainstream journalists as bastions of rationality and virtue, up against a world of fake news and bad actors and irrational masses whose voices were getting more and more traction through social media, which, of course, must be policed. It never occurred to them that there was any problem with the worldview underlying mainstream media itself. Journalists never clarified the epistemological and ethical criteria involved in designating Trump and Putin as bad actors but not Biden and Zelensky. If I were to use such crude categories, I would designate them all bad actors. However, that would not get to the core of what was at stake. The basic problem was the absence of analysis of the deeper historical forces structuring the flow of facts and events. Capitalism as the pulsing and problematic process shaping the whole dynamic was invisible to them. There was a striking lack of systemic analysis. Much research was based on a Philistine positivism, crude conceptualization, unexamined epistemological blind spots, and liberal moral conceits. In media studies, this meant a revival of a naive notion of objectivity and moral panic over disinformation, powered by a lot of funding, much of it public, being thrown at fact-checking projects, where social scientists and computer scientists united in opportunistic schemes that came up with banal results that did not challenge power but did reinforce unarticulated liberal conceits and blind spots. University websites and events showcased announcements of funding and prizes and claims of excellence for mediocre or bad work. Much academic work skated on the surface of phenomena in a way that was not grounded in a serious philosophical framework or basic political economy. Most of it was implicitly either positivist or postmodernist but without awareness of foundational theory or debates. The pathology of postmodernism survived even when it was not named. I hated its unmoored claims of subversion, especially when accompanied by ignorant claims of superiority to Marxism. Postmodernism never had the explanatory power of Marxism, which predated it as critique. Although Marxists, such as Frederick Jameson, saw it clearly as the cultural logic of late capitalism, others were infected by it, and it undermined the intellectual life of the left. In academe, much of the deconstructionist transgression was individualist performance and narcissistic wordplay that did nothing to challenge neoliberalism in academe or anywhere else. It eroded rationality and morality and demanded nothing in the way of actual political commitment. I followed the publicity surrounding the Ronell Reitman affair at NYU as symptomatic of this pathology. It was ostensibly about sexual harassment, with the unusual twist of it involving a victimizer female and victimized male, but it opened a window on the overcharged atmosphere in U.S. graduate schools and raised many issues of gender and power as well, in a world where convoluted and meaningless texts were regarded as brilliance and professors exercised baronial power over students. I had many occasions to see doctoral theses and published texts containing sentences I had to read over and over, yet still could make no sense of them. At this stage of my life, I decided that the problem was not me. For several years, someone I didn't know in another country tortured me with their PhD thesis, paragraph by paragraph in a series of emails, perhaps hundreds of them. At first, I said something polite, but without really engaging. When I could no longer do that, they still kept coming. A sample: Dear Professor, my claim is to show that the realism is the desert of reality, that is to say materialist dialectic can be read as the desubstantialized reality. I didn't want to be unhelpful or rude, but I just did not know what to say. There was right-wing backlash, especially on U.S. campuses, against what conservatives called grievance studies and cancel culture. However uncomfortable it made me, I sometimes had to agree with their critique when I saw relatively privileged people indulging or inventing micro-grievances, at the expense of attention to the macro-grievances of the really oppressed. This made me especially sad, because I was part of that generation that fought hard for what was now being caricatured as grievance studies. It was a great revolution in the history of knowledge to achieve a place in universities for history from below, for gender studies, race studies, ethnic studies. However, I could see that some of what was produced was awful nonsense. I agreed with those who wanted to defend the cognitive capacity of science against epistemological anti-realism, irrationalism, mysticism, conventionalism, especially against anything goes postmodernism. I also agreed with those who insisted on a strong socio-historical account of science against a reassertion of scientism. However, there was a big difference between a left critique and right reaction. As always, Marxism could shed a clear light on terrain mudded by postmodernism. Otherwise, there was too little debate on university campuses and even less protest. When Hillary Clinton spoke at DCU, the U.S. Secret Service took over campus, determining where staff and students were allowed to go. When, in 2018, Clinton was awarded an honorary doctorate at Trinity College Dublin, there was at least a protest, although it was swamped by cloying coverage of herself with Mary Robinson, gushing over what wonderful feminist role models they were. I sensed a new mood in 2022, when I was invited to the TCD Philosophical Society, where Engels once spoke, to debate the motion that private property be abolished. When I accepted, I thought I might be going into the lion's den, but, as I argued that what had been built by social labor should be socially owned, I felt a wave of assent in the packed chamber. When the vote was taken, the motion was affirmed, both in the TCD audience and on polls on Twitter and Instagram. Earlier that day, students across Irish third-level institutions walked out of classes in protest against the cost of living crisis. They did not believe that their future labor would bring them the share of social wealth it merited. I never knew where or when my ex-students would pop up. One morning, I was walking sedately along to DCU, listening to Joan Baez on my iPod, when I was stopped by two uniformed guards. One of them said that they had information that I was in possession of illegal drugs and they would have to search me. I was too stunned to speak. Then he started laughing and introduced himself as a former student of mine, one I remembered well. We had a catch-up conversation about the turns of his career and the joys of community policing. There were still pockets of academe in Ireland and abroad, where an alternative vision of academe could express itself. I had an invitation from the Higher Education Academy in Britain to speak about how Marxist historiography of philosophy shaped my teaching of history of ideas. This event took place at the People's History Museum in Manchester, which was a great venue. I reread Engels as the condition of the working class in England while there. At University College London, I delivered a polemical paper against a range of positions in science studies from a Marxist perspective, which was surprisingly well received, considering how many who attended embodied those positions. Tianyu Cao from Bulletin was there, too. The next day, I met him again, along with his wife, Lin Chun. It was good to have contacts with a Marxist analysis of China. I was curious about China and hoped that the emails I received indicating my work was known there would eventuate in an invitation that would give me a chance to explore the country, but somehow it didn't happen. While on my way to the Trajeka restaurant on Regent's Park Road, we passed numbers 41 and 122, both houses where Engels once lived. We were joined by Marian Kozak, mother of Edward and David Miliband, both government ministers at the time, who would soon run against each other for Labour Party leader. Ed, considered to the left of David, won, although he was still way to the right of his parents. I saw him on television speaking against a backdrop of One Nation Labour. What did that mean? All classes living happily ever after under plutocratic rule? I couldn't bear the blandness and blindness of wealthy people approving of austerity for others but not for themselves. As to the Labour Party in Ireland, I had drifted out of it, while Sam remained active in it. In 2010, the year he turned 80, they honoured him with a Lifetime Achievement Award at the annual conference in Galway. It was the first time I attended the conference in some years. I was interested in meeting the younger left, who had introduced a resolution to make Red Flag the party's anthem, and sang the song at the close of conference. There were a number of other events marking Sam's 80th birthday, including one organised by the Dublin Council of Trade Unions in the Mansion House. A biography of him, Sam Nolan, A Long March on the Left, written by Brian Kenny of the Irish Labour History Society, was published in 2011. The political temperature was heating up. Ireland went from being the much-admired Celtic tiger to a vassal of a Troika program. People were shocked to have the IMF arrive along with the EC and ECB to take charge of our public finances. In response to the global financial crisis, the Fianna Fáil Green Party government issued a blanket bank guarantee and paid the losses of private investors at the expense of public funds for health, education, and welfare. Public service pay and pensions were cut. Early retirement was incentivized and recruitment was embargoed. The minimum wage was reduced. Taxes were raised and new charges were introduced, while services were cut. People were furious. Numbers on marches and protests were rising, although not on the scale we were seeing in Greece, where the crisis was even more severe and resistance was stronger. I spent much of my time on the streets, at demonstrations large and small, many of them in the cold and dark. The smallest thing set me off about the whole system. One time, I couldn't get internet access and was left hanging on a helpline for 45 minutes of recorded messages and awful music, until I finally got an agent, to whom I ranted about the political economy of telecommunications, privatization, parasitic profit-taking, asset stripping, lack of investment in infrastructure. Globally, the public sector was being decimated, while cordoning off what served the immediate imperatives of the market and class interests of the global plutocracy. It seemed that all that was public health, culture, knowledge, space was under attack. Universities were being starved of resources, and what resources were allocated were diverted from broad knowledge and systemic scrutiny into shallow and short-term commercial goals. On a day when there was a big exit from the public service in Ireland due to an incentivized early retirement scheme, I wondered why we suddenly needed fewer doctors, nurses, teachers, social workers, scientific researchers, financial investigators. It wasn't even just about making cuts in public spending to pay private debts. It was a part of a global agenda to downsize the public sector, to further the domination of the state by market forces. I asked a higher civil servant, whose job it was to raise money to keep the state afloat, how he was going to do that. "I have no idea," he said. "Nobody does." There were days of coordinated action, even general strikes, organized by European trade unions. There was resistance to new taxes and charges. A new household tax in Ireland resulted in mass civil disobedience, as hundreds of thousands refused to pay it. The victory, however, lasted only until the state later deducted the tax from our salaries and pensions, and fined us. However, there was still a big gap between protest and resistance and an alternative. In 2011, when stock markets were plunging for days, some leftists were rejoicing about the end of capitalism. The end of capitalism would be great, I thought, but what would replace it? It wasn't as if socialism was there on offer, in terms of balance of forces, even if I wished it were. It was a time of mass disaffection with capitalism. One person said to me, "I'm no communist, but capitalism isn't working," to which I replied, "Why not be a communist, then?" There was intense discussion in these years of how a transition from capitalism to socialism might happen. There was a Look Left forum in 2013 where U.S. sociologist Eric Olin Wright contrasted three broad strategic visions characterizing the history of anti-capitalist social and political struggles: a ruptural vision of transcending capitalism through a fairly abrupt seizure of power, creating a disjuncture in the fundamental institutions and social structures of a society; an interstitial vision of building emancipatory alternatives inside the existing society in whatever spaces possible, and a symbiotic vision of using the existing state as a way of solving problems in the functioning of capitalism so as to also expand the scope of popular power. He argued for seeing these visions as complementary, not mutually exclusive. There were sparks flying, particularly from unreconstructed rupturalists, primarily from the Workers' Party and the Socialist Workers' Party. As for myself, I agreed with Wright, having moved away from a rupturalist approach and tried to work out for myself some new synthesis of these three traditions of the left, in all of which I had participated. My primary problem with the strategy sketched out by Wright was that so much weight was put on building cooperatives, which was a genuine way of building a positive alternative, but left no way of expropriating the expropriators. So much of the world had been stolen from us and we needed to find a way to take it back, and to radically redistribute wealth. I kept coming back to the question, how to do that in these times. We had many debates about reform, revolution, and everything in between. At this stage, the Labour Party and the Irish Congress of Trade Unions were part of the opposition. The ICTU supported a European Trade Union Day of protest and later held a massive march of over 100,000 from Wood Quay to the GPO, in the snow and freezing cold. Sam was struggling with mobility and barely made it, with a walking stick in one hand and clinging onto me with the other. At the GPO, singers Christy Moore and Francis Black were applauded, while trade union leaders David Begg and Jack O'Connor were booed. I did not agree with booing them in the streets, but I became increasingly critical of the trade union leadership during the crisis, especially after Labour went into government. Sometimes, they were like deer in the headlights as the crisis intensified. Other times, they were like well-fed cats, sleeping in a cozy corner while apocalypse threatened. There was a general election in February 2011. The Labour Party was polling well, but constantly distanced itself from left forces, which were gaining strength. My local Member of Parliament, Rosin Shortall, made me furious when, on a television panel, she referred to forces to the left of the LP as a ragbag and stressed stability. Joan Burton, another Labour TD, gave a car crash of a performance on another show, where she was arrogant, boastful, petulant, and petty, concentrating her venom on Joe Higgins, the candidate to her political left. I finally and formally resigned from the Labour Party, since I wasn't even voting for them. The government was massively defeated. Many cabinet ministers lost their seats. Fianna Fáil was decimated and the Greens won not a single seat. The Labour Party did well, went into government with Fine Gael, and pursued the same policies as the previous government they criticised so sharply in opposition. Sinn Féin and the left became the opposition. It was a better parliament, but not a better government. After that, the LP was on the other side in the protests, and the official trade union movement was harder to mobilize. We were no longer protesting with them but against them. I felt so sad looking at Labour TDS, most of whom I knew and once considered to be comrades. I asked how those who had once been in the Workers' Party or Labour left could end up where they were now. I didn't mean only the particular measures they supported, but their failure to address whose class interests they served. I asked one TD how he could be so pliant to the will of the global plutocracy. He replied that I was only on the streets making trouble and advocating completely unrealistic solutions. I didn't think the party fit its name anymore. We needed a party to stand for labor against capital, and the LP was not it. They spoke of the nation as if it were classless. I was asked to speak at an event in Kells on the question, can the left unite? I argued that, though we did not all have to be in the same party and agree on everything, we could be more open and cooperative and aim for common effort as far as possible. The next speaker argued the opposite, dismissing all forces to the left of the Labour Party. There was also a presidential election in 2011 and Michael D. Higgins was the LP candidate. Going from one protest to another, I passed the Mansion House after the selection conference nominating him and stopped to talk to him. He launched into a tirade against Slavoj Žižek. I couldn't have agreed more. I signed a letter of academics supporting Higgins and voted for him, but was too busy with my other political activities to campaign for him. I overheard a conversation on the bus where one woman asked another how she intended to vote and she said she didn't know. The first woman proceeded to go through the 7 candidates, emphasizing the most salacious details of each. The second one then decided, I think I'll go for the terrorist. As long as he doesn't terrorize my own country, I don't mind. Michael D. won. A Trump-like independent came second and the Sinn Féin candidate, the so-called terrorist, Martin McGuinness, came third. Fine Gael got a derisory vote and Fianna Fáil, which had dominated the presidency until then, did not even field a candidate. Meanwhile, the Arab Spring had burst forth. Masses came onto the streets in Tunisia, then Egypt, then Libya, and spread from there. Before it began, I had received an invitation out of the blue, full of flattering comments about my international reputation, to give a lecture in Libya. I hesitated, but then accepted. I didn't know much about Libya, but had cheered the Green Revolution of 1969 as part of a wave of national liberation movements sweeping the world during those years. Gaddafi had seemed to be a revolutionary leader of a movement that overthrew a monarchy, set out to forge a form of Arab socialism, and stood among the anti-imperialist forces in the world. Jamahiriya, the Libyan form of government, was supposed to be government by the masses, a direct democracy that was superior to representative democracy, although I had doubts about how democratic it was in practice. Over the years, Gaddafi seemed more and more eccentric, and Libya was implicated in activities, such as the Lockerbie bombing, which seemed both bewildering and indefensible. I had a lot of ambivalence about Libya. Although I had some sympathy with its declaration to be anti-capitalist and anti-imperialist, I also had qualms about its dynastic cult of the leader and Islam as a state religion, Gaddafi having declared himself King of Kings of Africa and Imam of the Imams. When my son considered taking a job teaching at the International School of Martyrs in Tripoli, I hoped he wouldn't go. I did not think that accepting this invitation for me to speak meant supporting the regime. After all, I had lectured elsewhere, while opposing governments in power. I noted that the Department of Foreign Affairs advised Irish citizens visiting Libya that there were severe penalties for criticism of the country, its leader, or religion. Refraining from criticism was not my modus operandi anywhere, but, when it came to current politics there, I planned to do more listening than talking. I assumed that Libya was different from Tunisia and Egypt, because it had better distribution of wealth, as well as greater wealth to distribute. I wrote a paper on the philosophy of history titled Is History a Coherent Story?, which was translated into Arabic. My lecture was an argument against grand narratives imposed from above and for grand narratives forged from below. As the date for my departure on February 18 drew near, I wondered if I was flying into a firestorm. Although fearful, I was determined not to be cowardly and felt I should honor my commitment. February 17 was announced as a day of rage in Libya, but already on February 15, there was an uprising in Benghazi. The flight from Amsterdam to Tripoli was relatively empty. Disembarkation was delayed. After finally leaving the plane, my passage through passport control was protracted, stressful, and confusing, involving demands for money but not euros, until some official arrived, gave orders, and handed me over to a driver. Along the road, the driver kept talking on his phone or pointing to the many portraits of Gaddafi in various exotic outfits and heroic poses, saying that Gaddafi built Libya. He left me at the 4 Points Hotel, which was in the middle of a building site, and not in walking distance of anywhere I might want to go. I was pleased to have television, mobile phone, and internet connectivity, at least initially. On the BBC, reports stressed opposition to the regime among exiles and crowds in Benghazi, while Jamahiriya State TV ran footage of pro-regime demos in Tripoli, showing lots of young men waving green flags, holding up portraits of Gaddafi, and chanting slogans. My host, Dr. Jamal Elsway, a political scientist of the Jamahiri Thought Academy, arrived to welcome me. In discussing the protests, he assured me that they were confined to Libya's east, which was more tribal, and would not happen in Tripoli, which was more cosmopolitan. The international news was reporting protests spreading westward, with security forces firing at demonstrators and the death toll rising, destruction in Tobruk of a monument to the Green Book, a book setting out Gaddafi's political philosophy, and areas in the control of the opposition. There were no international news teams in the country. Instead, media were relying on exile reports from outside and amateur video and phone interviews from inside. State television showed pro-regime demonstrations in a collective frenzy. They also ran historical footage of Arabs at war with colonial powers and montages of the glories of Gaddafi at various stages in Libyan history. The next day was cool, cloudy, and windy. Dust from the desert was everywhere. I had breakfast at a table overlooking the Mediterranean, which was looking very rough, much like the politics. Jamal arrived with his friend Osama Mehar. We drove along the coast, seeing many new high-rise buildings, and then to the old town with narrow streets and crumbling facades, where there were shops, homes, restaurants, mosques. People on the street, male and female, were wearing both modern and traditional attire. Most women had their heads covered. While walking around, we had intense political discussions. The dominant topic, recurring again and again, was the current protests. Both Jamal and Osama were quite concerned about them, but opposed to the protesters, contending that their grievances could be dealt with in other ways. I specifically asked about police shooting at peaceful protesters. They denied this, saying that security forces were defending themselves, and institutions were under attack and arsenal had been raided. The protesters were just imitating Tunisia and Egypt and it would blow over, they kept saying. When I asked about the strength of Islam and whether there were any atheists or agnostics, Jamal said that there are very few. I asked if there were any Marxists. One, he said. Marxists were free to function and have their views, but not to try to convince others. When I asked about television, specifically about current affairs where issues could be debated publicly, Jamal said that he had hosted such a program for a time. I probed further, querying whether there could be a program now, where supporters and critics of the protests could debate. No. On the topic of unmarried mothers, they were illegal and could be sent to prison. If an unwed mother named a man, he was compelled to marry her. When we arrived at Green Square in downtown Tripoli, there was a march going past, people were waving green flags and carrying portraits of Gaddafi. We talked about Libya's system of government. Neither capitalist nor socialist, but left and anti-imperialist. All Libyans over 18 were members of the People's Congress. There were local committees that discussed the needs of their areas to forward these to the People's Congress. The distribution of wealth was through state ownership of big industries, but there was also much private ownership of small businesses. I wondered if some people wanted to take a capitalist road and integrate fully into the global system. Yes, a few, even Gaddafi's son, Saif al-Islam, but the majority didn't want that. We drove out to a satellite campus of the university, where Osama collected his daughter. I asked her what she thought of the protests and she said that she didn't want to talk about it. We arrived back in the old city and had lunch in a traditional restaurant. Then it was back to the hotel, where I saw the same contrast between national and international news. There were reports on the internet of protesters now in control of more areas where the old monarchist flag was flying. In the evening, I heard noise outside and went out on the balcony. There was a cavalcade of cars honking horns, people shouting slogans and waving green flags. I fell asleep watching a carnivalesque pro-government rally on Green Square on television, with lots of singing and dancing, which seemed quite obscene, considering the bodies piling up to the east. When I woke up the next morning, I had no internet access and the satellite signal was intermittent. On state television, an angry black woman in a green sequined veil was waving a green book, ranting for Allah and Gaddafi. While waiting for Jamal to pick me up, I spoke to someone working in the hotel. He told me he studied philosophy at university. When I asked why the lack of internet access, he replied, "You know why? We discussed cutting off international media and internet access as means of dealing with protests. He advised me not to talk so freely with others as I did with him." Then Jamal and Osama came. They said that the lack of internet access was just an everyday technical issue. They took me to a restaurant in the old town and we had tea afterward on the roof overlooking the sea. The arrangements for my lecture were becoming vague, because a number of the professors involved were on a crisis committee, advising the government on how to deal with the crisis. In the evening, I went for a walk alone in the local area. The atmosphere seemed eerie, but I only later realized how dangerous it was. State television spoke of protesters destroying peace and security by robbing banks, destroying files, breaking into police stations, and accused Arabs from other countries of fomenting the protests. Then there were scenes of more green flag waving demos and music featuring tonight's crowd at Green Square. I fell asleep to the sound of gunfire, both from the media soundtrack and live, near my hotel. The next day, the international news was reporting that the opposition were in control of Benghazi and that the fighting had spread to Tripoli. Buildings in Tripoli were on fire. There had been a massacre on Green Square last night and snipers were preventing retrieval of bodies. Saif al-Islam was saying that this crisis would lead to civil war, but they would fight to the last bullet. He blamed Libyan exiles, Arab foreigners, trade unions, and Islamic organizations. The BBC were predicting the fall of the regime, with uncertainty about how long it would take, but certainty that it would be bloody. When I went down to breakfast, it was clear that many staff and guests had departed, taking with them food and other supplies. Lots of people were in the lobby, Checking out. Groups of building workers outside were feverishly talking. I could see huge plumes of black smoke out the window. There were helicopters flying low overhead. Internet access briefly returned and I updated on social media. After that, I was inundated with media requests. Then came a call from reception saying that the hotel was being evacuated. I threw my things together and took a taxi to Hotel Corinthia, where all foreigners were herded. After multiple efforts, I finally got through to Jamal around midnight. He sounded odd, but said all will be okay. I didn't think so. I got no sleep. The following day, it was clear that my hosts had abandoned me. The hotel seemed to be winding down and running out of supplies. Then I heard that all commercial flights were cancelled. I spoke to others in the hotel who had been elsewhere in the country and told of shooting, looting, roadblocks everywhere. Some had been to the airport, trying to get flights to anywhere, but the airport was packed and chaotic and there were no flights. Airline offices and foreign consulates had closed. Some people I met outlined possible scenarios more frightening than anything I had yet imagined. It was not only a matter of regime versus rebels, but marauders moving into the breach. I was feeling very stressed and depressed. I had no idea about how to get out of the country. I thought I might die there. I got a call from the Department of Foreign Affairs, telling me that, although an Irish flight was departing for Malta, the plane hadn't got permission to land in Libya. They told me to make my way to the airport in the morning. That gave me a fragile thread of hope, but I spent the night sleepless and terrified, hearing constant gunfire and looking out on burning buildings. Communications were unreliable, but the landline in the hotel still worked, so I was able to phone home and give media interviews. Once I left the hotel, I was incommunicado. I had asked the hotel to call a taxi to bring me to the airport, but they put me in an ordinary car. I was terrified on that trip. With the country moving toward breakdown of law and order, and reports of looting and hijacking, I was afraid of being robbed and abandoned or kidnapped for ransom. As it happened, the driver only overcharged me. It was hard to get into the airport, as there were a lot of cars converging and massive numbers of people queuing to get into it. Along the approach road, there was an apocalyptic encampment of migrant workers in the rain. I latched onto a group that seemed to be succeeding in getting into the airport. Once there, it was airport hell. There seemed tens of thousands of people, mostly Arabs, people who lived and worked there, with all the possessions they could carry, including televisions and radiators. There seemed no one I could ask for help. I was nearing despair when a young Thai woman approached me and asked about my situation. When I said I came from Ireland, she showed where there was a group of Irish people, mainly teachers, along with others of various nationalities, awaiting evacuation. I spent 22 hours in their company. They told me terrible stories of everyday life here, a boy expelled from school for possessing an article about February 17, a 19-year-old nephew shot dead when he went into Green Square to celebrate rumors of Gaddafi's departure, a son shot while going to buy bread, a father and son who were uploading news of protests to the internet disappearing, Tunisians crossing the border by land having their phones, cameras, computers, money taken by Libyan security, roadblocks, burned out police stations, destroyed petrol stations, ransacked offices, hijackings, murders. One woman told me that they had buried 17 of their neighbors on Monday and 20 on Tuesday. Still, they hope to return to their jobs and homes here. In the airport, conditions deteriorated. One guy was nearly crushed to death. Another discovered his laptop gone. One woman had reached the end of her endurance and started screaming. Airport staff profiteered on distress, including charging massive sums for access to a filthy lavatory. There was waste and filth everywhere. In the evening, a baton charge and tear gas. There were shots fired. However, through it all, there was also great civility, consideration, and conversation. I learned more about Libya on this day than on all previous days together. In these hours, I saw another face of the regime and heard the voices of its victims. The gap between the theory of direct democracy and the practice of coercive autocracy was stunning. Waiting for our Irish evacuation was like waiting for Godot. We made contact with civil servants from the British Foreign Office and got ourselves on the list for the British evacuation. Then, in the evening, we were told that the Irish plane had finally arrived, but would take no luggage. I abandoned my suitcase, while some stayed for the British flight rather than leave their belongings. We got on a bus and went round and round the tarmac for 45 minutes, unable to find the plane. It had come and gone without us on it. From what I could piece together, based on a conversation I overheard between a British pilot and civil servant, the airport staff kept renegotiating extortionate fees, and I suspected the Irish rescue people didn't grasp the rules of the game. The British Foreign Office people looked after us in a most competent and generous way. At 5:45 a.m. on February 24, we finally took off from Tripoli and arrived in Gatwick a few hours later. Upon arrival, there was a reception area set up for us, where we were debriefed and offered food, drink, and counseling. There was a media scrum in the exit area, but many did not want to speak to journalists because they were media shy or wanted to return to Libya and didn't want to fall out of favor with whoever ended up in power. One reporter asked me, "What was it like?" I said, "Libya is descending into hell." This was picked up by the wire services and appeared in newspapers all over the world. I gave my mobile number in response to one request and then every news service in the world seemed to have it. My mobile kept ringing. I booked a flight to Dublin for €350 and was delighted to be home. On adrenaline overdrive, I gave media interviews non-stop for many hours by phone. I wasn't up to going into television or radio studios, so I had to decline those requests. I talked to Root, BBC, CBC, NPR, CNN, and many more, before finally collapsing in exhaustion. I gave more interviews through the next few days. So many people contacted me and expressed concern. DCU sent flowers. The president gave me a big hug and welcomed me back. The Irish Department of Foreign Affairs did not contact or debrief me, and I hoped my life was never in their hands again. Shortly after, there was a change of Irish government. The new foreign minister, Eamon Gilmore, was someone I had known for many years, and I told him that these were among the worst days of my life. I kept up with news from Libya, now caught up in a full-scale civil war, exacerbated by NATO intervention. So much death, destruction, displacement. I was not sorry to see the regime fall, nor did I mourn the death of Gaddafi, but I could see that much of value was lost as the country succumbed to chaotic and brutal rule of rival militias. Author Richard Seymour, in his blog Lenin's Tomb, articulated my own attitude: no tears for Gaddafi. No cheers for NATO. Despite this, I was attacked, on the one hand, as if I supported the regime and defended totalitarianism, and, on the other, as if I opposed it and was an agent of imperialism. The nastiest attacks were anonymous. I hated this anonymous dimension of social media that allowed cover for the cowardly to slander with impunity. Another postscript from this episode was a communique from the son of my Libyan host who had abandoned me, claiming that Jamal and Osama were never really supporters of the regime, despite all their apologetics to me to the contrary. The ferment spread from North Africa to Europe to America. Anti-austerity indignados occupied the squares of Spain in the spring of 2011, and by autumn the Occupy movement surged all over the world. In 1,000 cities across every major continent, there were round-the-clock encampments, assemblies, concerts, conversations, lectures, direct actions, and marches, where many people, some of whom had never protested before, defiantly declared, "We are the 99%, and expressed their rage at the 1% who ran the world and expropriated its wealth. The start of Occupy Wall Street in the United States that September was a key moment in setting other occupations in motion. In Dublin, we set up Occupy Dame Street in early October. I was there on the street for several hours every day, and dealing with it on my computer during many of the other hours. At assemblies, there were new rituals, including a mic check, where crowds repeated words spoken by one person, which generated a call and response rhythm rippling through the crowd, who expressed their agreement, using jazz hands. I spoke on the first day and again at the rally after our first big march, and it was bracing to hear my words repeated back to me by so many other voices. All sorts of people came forward at assemblies to tell their stories and explain why they were angry and weren't going to take it anymore. In the first days, the atmosphere was open, fresh, unified, and hopeful, and there was a sense of strong bonds being forged. The unity did not last. There was an aggressive tendency to define the movement as non-political, as neither right nor left. There was a no politics mantra and people were told they were welcome as individuals, but had to leave their politics at the door. I argued against this, asserting the need for a conception of politics that was broader and deeper than party politics. I also noted that we were outdoors and had no door. There was a tendency that was explicitly hostile to left political parties and trade unions, countered by a grouping holding the opposite view, while still others simply didn't understand these debates. I tried to explain and educate patiently, but often exploded with anger and frustration. I tried not to be an old know-it-all, who had been there done that, but so many things being said and done did remind me of so much that had been said and done in the past, and I did find myself saying so. At the same time, I knew that this historical conjuncture was unique. I felt that I had something specific to offer as a voice connecting past and present, as someone who could tell this story within the framework of a longer story. Ultimately, four main demands emerged: an end to IMF/ECB control of the Irish economy, repudiation of private bank debt that had been socialized, national control over our oil and gas reserves, and participatory democracy. While this movement was about occupations and demands, I warned against believing that this occupation, in itself, would lead to the achievement of these demands, and argued that we needed to build a movement to engage in a complex, protracted, and difficult struggle to unravel the structures of political and economic power that made it possible for the 1% to rule at the expense of the 99%. I devoted much of my time to Occupy University, which organized 2 to 3 lectures a day on the street. Many talks were about the global financial system, hedge schools versus hedge funds. We also concentrated on previous social movements, as well as branching out to ideology and culture. There were also workshops on practical matters, writing, media, music, direct action. Those attending were of different ages, genders, races, occupations, and, most importantly, different educational levels. Professors and doctoral students mixed with people who had left school at an early age. Most speakers academics, journalists, politicians, poets, bloggers, trade union officials, alternative media practitioners pitched their talks well to encompass this diversity. Sometimes discussions stayed reasonably well focused and sometimes they went all over the place. There were conspiracy theorists and currency crazies and fluoride fanatics, who used the discussion of anyone else's talk as a platform to give their own talks. Mostly, there was a sincere sharing of knowledge and earnest interaction, pursued with a purity of purpose all too absent in academe. While some engaged in a critique of capitalism, others were just against corporate greed, while still others wanted a return to barter and early Irish Brehon law. The most controversial speaker, in the sense of whether he should be allowed to speak at all, was Eamon Ryan, leader of the Green Party and minister in the outgoing government, which had inflicted on us most of what ODS was there to protest. He had lost his seat in Dáil Éireann, along with most of the cabinet, and proposed to speak to us now on energy with no politics. I chaired the session and made it clear that this was open season on politics. The ensuing discussion veered from people losing their tempers at his very presence and walking away, to engaging him in ideological debate, to others being seemingly honored by his presence, trying to impress him. In 2 months, we organized 78 talks and workshops. Some who lived at the encampment, the campers, never attended the talks and even resented them. From day 2, there was tension between camp and movement. Those who had to balance participation with work, children, and other responsibilities often felt marginalized by those who were free to camp 24/7, who had a disproportionate voice in defining the movement and deciding what would be said and done. The theory was that the occupations would be exercises in prefigurative politics, in giving and receiving food, shelter, culture, knowledge, and labor, all liberated from the circuitry of commodification. The practice was less lofty. Most campers became obsessed with the camp and conveyed an inflated image of themselves as the core of the project, even referring to themselves as heroes of the revolution. From their point of view, they were outside in the cold, the rain, and the dark, vulnerable to the drunks, drug addicts, thieves, and crazies on the city streets, while others were asleep in their warm beds. They stayed up all night on security duty, while others arrived from home after a good night's sleep, seeking interesting company and intellectual conversation. Money, laptops, mobile phones were stolen. Inappropriate sexual conduct had to be addressed. Knives were pulled. People got on each other's nerves. As with most occupations, the people who were homeless before the encampment came and found a higher standard of food, shelter, security, and community than was their norm. At the same time, people often became homeless because of problems that a political encampment was not equipped to cope with, let alone solve. I respected the campers who chose to stay there in difficult material conditions, especially those who got on with it and remembered the political purpose of it, but I found it hard to take the attitude of some campers, who guilt-tripped the others and questioned their right, as non-campers, to have a say. At one assembly I asked, "Do you want to build a camp or do you want to build a movement?" The ongoing tensions about trade unions and political parties, specifically parties of the left, became more vociferous. The most insistent declared over and over that left parties and trade unions had failed, despite their utter ignorance of the history of the left and labor movements. It was as if 2011 was year zero. One young woman, in response to a lecture on trade unions given by an activist of many years, said that the unions and parties should disband and come occupy, because this was the reality now. They did not have the vocabulary of vanguardism, but they had the mentality on overdrive. I was not part of any interest project to recruit new people to existing left parties and presented myself as old left looking for a new way. An invitation from the Dublin Council of Trade Unions to participate in its pre-budget march triggered a number of acrimonious assemblies. Although there was much support for this, and many activists did participate, some campers blocked it. Some days, a more positive mood prevailed, such as the day of a big march, when Billy Bragg sang at Dame Street, powerfully bridging the gap between the old and the new. He sang a few songs about banks and plutocrats, catching the mood of this new movement, and then articulated the need to get support from organized labor and to honor the struggles of the past. He then sang Power in a Union and the Internationale. By this time, there was much evidence of a healthy and progressive relationship between the Occupy movement in the United States and organized labor. They sang Solidarity Forever and actually enacted many forms of concrete solidarity, from giving material assistance to marching together, to blockading ports. Many occupations even had special working groups to reach out to organized labor. Many speakers at OD's assemblies invoked this, but to no avail. The blockers wanted to keep their project pure. They did not need the left or the unions, they had the people, a mystified entity that was constantly invoked against anyone who criticized. There was also a generational dimension. I noticed that a number of my new left contemporaries in the US were writing about this movement as them, analyzing what they were doing, thinking, saying. They supported the movement, visited the occupations, spoke at the teach-ins. They marched. But they saw Occupy as essentially the movement of another generation, whereas I saw it as a multi-generational movement. However, Sometimes I felt as if I had wandered into a creche and I was supposed to pretend to be one of the kids. I needed to be patient with those having their first experience of activism, while cautioning against nonsense that made it easy to dismiss this as a movement of those too inexperienced in the ways of the world to know how futile such efforts were. Actually, most of the young people with whom I worked, in this crucible of practice, learned a lot in a very short time. They, too, were critical of the lack of historical consciousness and were keen to enhance their own knowledge of history, especially the history of the left. Their political judgment was sometimes more astute than some older participants. However, there were mentalities that were not reducible to generational patterns. Both old and young experienced exhilaration, exhaustion, disappointment, and revival on the roller coaster ride of this autumn. There was a general need to take stock as winter came and numbers declined. These tensions resulted in a number of serious participants walking away. I stayed, but with more difficulty and less enthusiasm, feeling that something with great potential was unraveling. We watched while so many encampments in the U.S. were evicted. I took particular notice of those in New York City's Wall Street and in Philadelphia. Without dramatic scenes of police charging in with truncheons and pepper spray, we in Dublin began to feel a loss of our encampment, too. It was less dramatic but, in its way, more difficult. The camp versus movement dynamic became increasingly unhealthy. The movement virtually disappeared, leaving only a camp, more and more preoccupied with its own existence and lashing out at those who disappeared, even though they were the ones who had driven so many people away. By December, I came less often and found fewer and fewer people there. Early in 2012, I met with more upbeat activists to discuss how to bring the positive energies unleashed by Occupy into a new phase that would focus on organizing, not camping, receptive to other groups, such as trade unions. Projects such as Anglo Not Our Debt and Unlock Nama provided new focus. In January, we demonstrated against payment of unsecured bonds in a 3-day carnival of resistance. We occupied a Nama building on Great Strand Street in order to hold an economics seminar, although we were evicted by the Garde in mid-afternoon. There was a new rhythm now, a slower, steadier rhythm, more aligned to the ordinary rhythm of life. Occupy University continued with a series of lectures on radical movements in Irish history, televised on Dublin Community TV, that I chaired. By the time the Garda came to clear the camp, 5 months after it began, it had become an embarrassment to most of us who were there at the beginning. The evictees continued to do direct actions under the name of ODs, which became more and more ridiculous. The truth was that the wave was crashing, here and everywhere. In the US, many activities continued through the spring of 2012 under the Occupy banner, but the energy had gone out of it. Globally, this was a genuine grassroots manifestation that had unleashed a tide of powerful resistance to global structures of power. It brought new focus, new energy, new fluidity into the convergence of forces confronting a powerful plutocracy, but it failed to find a sustainable form. The problems it set out to confront had not been solved, so the most constructive activists moved on to other projects. In Ireland, among those I knew who were new to activism, one became a trade union official and another an editor of a left magazine. The most destructive continued to wreak havoc in ever-decreasing spaces, while most disappeared without trace. For a period, there was a rise, then fall, of small lumpen groups, constantly forming and fragmenting, generating momentary middle-aged male messiahs competing with each other, full of inspirational quotes and self-romanticizing behavior and street stunts and stances aimed at provoking the left and trade unions. On one occasion, they came to an ICTU march demanding to head the march, one asserting his right as a sovereign man of Eire to walk this land. They were there more to protest the left and the trade union movement than the government and the Troika. After a year, I attended an event to mark the anniversary of ODs, trying to emphasize the positive, the resistance it embodied, the hope it engendered, the bonds of solidarity it forged instead of the negative, the desultory course it took, the divisions it sowed, and the bitterness it left in its wake. A chapter I wrote about the Occupy movement appeared in a book titled Politics, Participation and Power, which was launched in City Hall. I went in, looked around, drank wine, and mingled with various academics before the speeches started. The main speech was given by Emily O'Reilly, Ireland's Ombudsman and Information Commissioner. I tend not to expect much of launch speeches, as most are badly strung together bluffs about a book that a very important person hasn't really read. This one was structured, reflective, and provocative, addressing the crisis in our society, the participation and protest in response to it, and the lack of a shared narrative about how to proceed from it. O'Reilly singled out my chapter and quoted from it extensively, which had me blushing, as well as feeling surprised that my words had such traction in this milieu, especially since she had read out a passage about the discordance I felt on moving from the OD's assembly to a reception at the Mansion House. Although the Occupy form was unsustainable, resistance to the global system sought more sustainable forms, including radical challenges within the electoral arena. In Greece, there were 2 general elections in 2012. In between them, it looked as if the radical left coalition Syriza would win, and in 2015 they did win. In Spain, Podemos gathered the energy of the indignados into an electoral form and became the second largest party in Spain. The rallying cry in Europe was Syriza, Podemos, Venceremos. Other left parties and coalitions surged. In Ireland, too, left parties and independents secured more seats in the national parliament and local councils. In the hierarchy of hopes for left governments in Europe, it was Syriza, Podemos, and then Sinn Féin. In Spain and Portugal, Podemos and Bloco de Esquerda went into governments in coalition with social democratic parties. In Britain, Jeremy Corbyn won a tightly contested battle for leadership of the Labour Party in 2015, setting left energies soaring. In the US, Bernie Sanders galvanized considerable enthusiasm and support in the 2016 presidential election. In Latin America, the pink tide of left governments surged, ebbed, and began to surge again. To one extent or another, many of these victories led to deeper defeats. While there were widespread critiques of capitalism and waves of resistance, the system itself, although deeply damaged, had the power to withstand it. These were years of so many protests. Some days I felt acute protest fatigue. What made it worse was that we protested over and over and over, but people still asked why Irish people didn't protest. It made me rage. It was hard enough to keep going when we saw the masters of the universe get their way, no matter what we said or did. Then, on top of that, our voices were discursively obliterated in the dominant narrative that repeatedly, lazily, and dishonestly insisted that Irish people didn't protest. It was true that there weren't enough of us, even in this time of rising numbers and increased activity, but at least we didn't watch the world being stolen from us and let it go uncontested. No one said that the Greek people didn't protest. I became quite caught up in the struggle in Greece, seeing it as the cutting edge of the global crisis, as well as a possible alternative to it. Here, I thought, was the best and worst of humanity, in high-energy collision with each other. From 2012 on, I went to Greece often and interacted with Greeks of many points of view, but mostly the Greek left. I supported Syriza and got to know many of its activists, including those who went into parliament and became government ministers. I sometimes spoke to Greeks on the streets or in offices, but often over food and wine in homes or tavernas. I participated in their protests, even joining their occupation of a television station one day in 2013, after the government announced its shutdown of public broadcasting at midnight. I supported the alternative broadcasting network that continued for 2 years. On the second day of the occupation, I appeared on alternative television and, during the next 2 summers, I was on radio in Zakynthos. I was involved in efforts to build international support for Syriza and, in 2014, organized the visit of party leader Alexis Tsipras to Ireland. When Syriza won the election of January 2015, I was elated. I informed myself of their every move, gave lectures and interviews on Syriza, updated about it on social media, and brainstormed with others on our Greek Solidarity Committee to build support as the new government was put under extreme pressure by international institutions, particularly the EU. Even apart from our efforts, there was massive support for the Greek government in Ireland, and hundreds of Greek flags appeared on the streets at all our own anti-austerity protests during those months. It was a David and Goliath struggle, except that Goliath won. After a referendum resulting in strong support for the government's resistance to EU demands to pay debts by privatizing public property, cutting wages, pensions, and public services even further, and other expropriating measures, Alexis Tsipras agreed to a deal even more severe than what the electorate had rejected. Syriza activists, including government ministers and members of parliament, either defended or denounced the agreement, and the Syriza I knew was in tatters. I sided with those who renounced it and was with them protesting outside Parliament when we were tear-gassed by the government that we had so recently and ardently supported. Much of the party's national and international support dissipated. Syriza went from being a horizon of hope to a vortex of despair. It was yet another lesson in the power of the global system to crush our fragile efforts to build an alternative. I divided my experience of Greece into two periods, before and after July 2015. During the first period, there was a constant decline in material conditions, but there was also resistance and hope. In the second period, the material conditions continued to decline, but there was only weak resistance and little hope. Even those who were still politically engaged, after so many had disengaged, were leading flattened lives with diminished horizons. Even during the days of the July 2015 crisis, there was shock, anger, energy to decide what to do, but as time went on, that energy dwindled and the despair deepened. Although many outside Greece moved on, I stayed with the story and wrote my way through the whole tragedy, including what happened in the aftermath of this denouement, because I have always been interested in what happened when the international media were gone, and because I had built relationships there that I did not want to let go. Although it wasn't part of my plan for this period, I ended up writing a whole book about it. In the Syriza wave, I told the story of how the momentum of this movement surged and crashed, as I surged and crashed with it. While I was at it, I traveled widely in Greece, saw many stunning places, walked among ancient ruins, swam in the sea at sunrise, met wonderful people, amazed sometimes that this was still possible amid the devastation being visited upon the country. Tourists still came and went, taking narcissistic selfies against the backdrop of ancient ruins, with no apparent thought about those ancient societies or the contemporary society unraveling around them. I could still see the beauty, but it was bittersweet, because I could also see the erosion of living standards, the evaporation of hope, the scattering of forces, the onset of depression, the abyss of despair. Because I have written an entire book about this, I am only summarizing all this briefly here. Because I was freer to travel than I ever was before, I did so quite often, sometimes in response to political and academic invitations, and other times just to see places I had somehow never been, such as Barcelona, Lisbon, Faro, Rome, Florence, Naples, Pompeii, Sicily. For a time after Libya, I was wary of invitations coming out of the blue, but I was glad I overcame it and accepted an invitation to go to Mexico to give a series of lectures at the National Autonomous University of Mexico in Mexico City. For a month before I left, in autumn 2014, in addition to preparing my lectures, I gave myself a crash course in Mexican history and politics. I arrived during the Day of the Dead. Wherever I went, there were themed commemorations. One in front of the Palacio de Bellas Artes was devoted to the assassinated and disappeared, another in Zocalo, the main square of Mexico City, focused on dead Latin American writers, others in academic departments remembered colleagues who died. I inquired about a colleague I had met at international conferences and learned that he had been murdered. My hotel was near the university, overlooking the 1968 Olympic Village and the mountains and volcanoes surrounding the city. My host was Julio Muñoz Rubio, evolutionary biologist, university professor, and left activist, who showed me around the city and university, while we talked about almost everything under the sun in perfect weather. I saw many murals of Diego Rivera, David Sequeiros, and José Clemente Orozco. I had always admired them from afar, but it was fabulous to see the originals and also so much of their work I didn't know. I was especially moved by Rivera's World Historical History of Mexico series in the National Palace. There were more impressive murals on the campus of UNAM, which was like a city in itself. I was especially struck by the mosaic mural forming the entire exterior of the Central Library by Juan O'Gorman, depicting the history of culture. I responded strongly to the sense of the scope and depth of knowledge here, visually evident in all the world historical murals, but also in other ways that manifested an approach to knowledge that was bigger than the stripped-down, market-oriented institutes that called themselves universities. The sheer scope of UNAM was staggering, the amount of space, the number of students and staff, the range of degrees and research programs, plus the museums, concert halls, radio and TV stations, libraries, archives, publications, and much more. I found the audiences for my lectures, both professors and students, to be intellectually sophisticated and politically engaged. This was a time of turmoil in the schools and universities. There were assemblies on campus to decide about whether to go on strike in response to the missing 43 students from Ayotzinapa, a rural teachers' college, who had, in late 2014, disappeared on their way to Mexico City to commemorate the 1968 Tlatelolco massacre of protesters. As some of my lectures were cancelled due to this strike, I took part in some of the protests. There was a massive march from the Paseo de la Reforma to Zocalo. There were people of all ages and jobs, but the crowd was overwhelmingly young, mostly students, all demanding answers to questions about the fate of the missing students. The effect was colorful, creative, noisy, and energetic, with elements of street theater. I especially liked the big stage, where huge puppets of Lady Iguala and a cast of other evil characters. When some provocateurs began breaking windows, mainstream marchers turned on them and the science students chanted, "Bandidos." There was more destruction of public property, such as the wrecking of a tram station near the university, the burning of Iguala's town hall, and the storming of the National Palace door by Black Bloc protesters. Other days, I visited various museums. The National Anthropological Museum was especially impressive. It took me through a sweeping story, from the country's primordial times to the present, from a historical materialist point of view. My colleague informed me that Marxist anthropologists and artists were crucial in the shaping of this project. The artifacts and reproductions were strikingly and coherently presented with a great sense of space and thought. Another day, we went to Templo Mayor, the archaeological site of a massive Aztec structure. What dominated my attention was the fact that human sacrifice had been central to the rituals conducted there. This reality somehow resonated with other events of the day, especially a press conference at which the Mexican government announced that the missing students were dead. Death was a constant theme running through my visit, not only natural deaths, but violent murders, past and present. The murals I saw everywhere were full of slaughter. In the museum, on the site of the Inquisition, there were life-sized reconstructions of trials and torture. The facial expressions on the statues, of both victims and victimizers, were striking and haunting. I also visited the house in Coyoacán where Leon Trotsky lived his last days before he was assassinated. The interiors were smaller and darker than I imagined. I was very moved when I stood in the room where the murder happened. Although I was never a Trotskyist, I always felt that Trotskyism was a branch of the same movement, and this was a dark moment in the history of that movement. Trotsky's murder was a terrorist act, indefensible by any norms, especially by communist ones. I couldn't help thinking of all the remarks about Trots and ice picks, which were too frequent in the culture of communist parties in years past. I found them objectionable and obnoxious then, and even more so looking back now. I was glad that the atmosphere between these different traditions on the left had improved considerably in our time, in Ireland as elsewhere. I also went to Frida Kahlo's house nearby where Trotsky had lived when he first came to Mexico. It was bigger, brighter, posher. It was now a Frida Kahlo museum. I had never taken to Kahlo as an artist, finding her work too narcissistic, too lacking the outward-reaching perspective of Rivera. Mexico lingered in my thoughts, especially in the days just after I left when it was still in international news. Only days after my departure, police entered UNAM campus and fired at protesting students. As well as discovering new places in the world, I returned to old places, although I felt poignantly the passing of time, the ruptures of history, and the absence of those who were once so present, especially when in the spaces of countries that had disappeared since I first came to them, the GDR, Yugoslavia, and Czechoslovakia. So many of those who defined these places for me had died. At least, when I went to Berlin every few years, I could still visit Herbert Hortz, but when I went to Prague, everyone I had known was gone. I walked the streets imagining the conversations I would have had with them and mourned for them and for the trashing of their lives and dreams. I came in 2014 for a meeting of the left think tank Transform, but took extra days to roam and reflect. I was struck by how many palaces and churches there were. Although the monarchies and aristocracies were gone, and although the Czech Republic was one of the least religious countries in the world, the visual impact of the city was dominated by tributes to monarchs and saints. Why? Where were the monuments to the people who built it all? I knew statues of Lenin and Gottwald had been toppled, but what about tributes to labor? In one park by Charles Bridge, I saw a statue of a mounted monarch with others who fulfilled other functions in society at levels below. I liked that, though perhaps not in the way it was intended. I went on a political tour of Prague, organized for those attending the Transform meeting, involving a counter-narrative to the dominant narrative of the city. We stopped, for example, at the memorial to Jan Palić, a student whose self-immolation in 1968 in protest against the Soviet occupation, memorialized as a victim of communism, a symbol of resistance to communism. Our tour director, Miroslav, who had been a student leader in the 1960s and had organized Palić's funeral march, declared that Palić was not an anti-communist. He was, in fact, for communism, but against the Soviet occupation. The next day, at a seminar on the left in post-socialist countries, I spoke about the need for a counter-narrative of the socialist years. Another day in Prague, I went to the Communist Party's Halo Noviny Press Festival. In contrast, I made myself go to the Museum of Communism, which was appropriately over a McDonald's and next to a casino. The museum's artifacts were interesting: photos, statues, banners, posters, film, etc., but they were not well displayed. Instead, they were dumped together in too small a space and treated with contempt. The narrative was unremittingly hostile. It turned out that the place was privately owned by 2 Americans and 1 Czech. I asked the person working there how these things were acquired. They could not tell me. It was all wrong. These things belonged to the state and party. There should be a proper museum of communism in Prague, I thought, but it should be publicly owned and give scope to alternative interpretations. It was the Conti station history that should have dominated. I have seen museums, especially in South Africa, giving scope to conflicting interpretations of facts and artifacts. I left this one in a rage, after writing an angry entry in the visitor's book. Berlin, too, had quite a few museums slandering the communist past. Much better was Berlin's topography of terrors, charting the rise of Nazism, which was good in analyzing the forces and motives of the many people involved as victims and victimizers, as well as passive enablers, instead of it being only about Hitler and Jews. On a visit to Vienna for another conference, one on Austro-Marxism, I went on the trail of Red Vienna. The Red Vienna Museum was set in Karl Marx Hof, an impressive public housing scheme erected during the time of Red Vienna, from 1918 to 1934. It was exactly what I needed to satisfy my curiosity about what everyday life was like in Red Vienna. There was massive construction of public housing, clinics, creches, libraries, baths, parks, theaters, schools, sports facilities, communal kitchens, and laundries for the working class. It was great seeing the photos, posters, and other artifacts and hearing the songs. The film footage was vivid and stirring, especially the scenes from the massive and magnificent May Day celebrations in the 1920s. Utopian but real, until the fascists crushed it. I also had 2 swims in Amalienbad, an Art Deco monument of working-class public physical culture from that era. It was a world away from Hofburg, where images of palaces, aristocracy, and high culture prevailed. Ironically, my hosts booked speakers into a hotel called Altwienerhof, which, despite being a 3-star hotel in a red light district, was full of pseudo-aristocratic decor, with portraits of the Habsburgs on the wall, promising a luxury it decidedly didn't deliver. On a visit to Belém in Portugal, I found contrasting narratives at play at the monument to the discoveries, the point of departure for exploration of the New World. I thought of what I had learned in school about these voyages being about navigation, new frontiers, and spreading the faith, and how I had later come to see them as about conquest and acquisition. The monument, with sculpted exterior and exhibition rooms inside, was erected in 1960 and raised questions for me about Portugal's conception of these expeditions, when Portugal was a fascist state. On the outside was a mural that fascinated me with its blend of monarchism, colonialism, and fascism conflated with postmodernism. The statement of the artist confirmed this throw-it-all-in-together view of history. I walked along the Tagus River into the sunset, thinking about the difference between eclecticism and synthesis. With Antonio Salazar's fascist state long ago broken in 1974, I went to the monument to the Carnation Revolution. Even knowing how phallic so many monuments are, this obelisk was the most phallic one I have ever seen, appropriate only if you assume that all revolutions are gigantic male orgasms. I wondered if Portugal's current left government might erect a better monument to this event. While I was there, I was interested in speaking with Portuguese activists about how the social democratic government was ruling with support from communists and radical leftists. I had the best contacts with the latter in Bloco de Esquerda. As always, I observed guidebook tourists interested only in castles and churches and restaurants. They didn't seem to care about the present government or everyday life in Alfama. One American guy even told me that it wasn't worth knowing who won elections here, because the country was only the size of one U.S. city. He thought it was only right that the whole world followed every detail of U.S. elections, about which he used the lesser of two evils argument to justify voting for Trump in 2016. On a trip to Rome with my daughter and granddaughter, we rambled through the Colosseum, up the Palatine Hill, down to the Roman Forum, trying to imagine ancient life there. I stopped and listened to an American guide singing the praises of the Romans, who believed in themselves enough to conquer the world, bringing the most advanced technology to lands that were grateful to be conquered by them. I wanted to barge in and argue with him, but I didn't. Instead, I photographed an arch and tweeted, "Great Rome is full of triumphal arches. Who erected them?" From Brecht's magnificent poem Questions from a Worker Who Reads, a manifesto of history from below. When I was in London for a historical materialism conference and took a walk through the British Museum, I was again reciting this poem to myself, although I wanted to shout it, "Who built Thebes of the Seven Gates?" In the books, you will read the names of kings. Did kings haul up the lumps of rock? At every corner I turned, I asked how these things came to be here and how were they still here. When I exited the museum, I came upon the Trade Union Congress with a large statue celebrating workers and union solidarity. Here, at least, the role of labor came into focus. Issues about how the past was memorialized arose not only abroad but also at home. Ireland embarked on a decade of centenaries when there were many public events commemorating the turbulent and transformative years between 1912 and 1923. One of the first big events was the commemoration of the Dublin 1913 lockout organized by the government and trade union movement. I felt somewhat ambivalent about the way the event unfolded. Various people were in a VIP enclosure on O'Connell Street while the rabble, including me, were kept too far from it all, in over-the-top security arrangements. More important, I resented the sanitization of this naked historic struggle between capital and labor, and the current hypocrisy of Eamon Gilmore, leader of the Labour Party, along with David Begg, General Secretary of the ICTU, to the fore of the event, in spite of their dubious role in the class struggle of today. At the same time, it was significant that the state marked this event with overt sympathies so clearly on the side of labor. Too easy, though, to celebrate class struggle in the past while quashing it in the present. There were wreath-laying and readings from Strumpet City, James Plunkett's great novel set in 1913, and street theater with 1913 reenactments. My son Cathal was among those in period costume. There was Jimmy Kelly singing Dublin City 1913 as he stood by the statue of socialist and trade union leader James Larkin, which has occupied a central place in the city since 1976. On May Day, there was more a commemoration from below, thanks to the steady organizing efforts of those stalwarts of the trade union movement, the Dublin Council of Trade Unions, combined with the cultural creativity of the Spectacle of Defiance and Hope Community Group, the energy and intelligence of the New Youth Bloc, plus the presence of many trade unionists and left activists. The theme was 1913, unfinished business, connecting that great struggle for trade union recognition with the struggles of today. There were banners from the past, as well as contemporary ones. People wore 1913 attire with long dresses and brimmed hats, along with jeans and Macs of today. Many songs and speeches juxtaposed past and present. Much had changed over the decades, but there was still a formidable struggle to be waged, in some ways a far more complex and difficult one. Another day, marching through a cemetery to the sound of a single piper, we went to the grave of Alicia Brady, a young worker who was shot during the lockout. The oration was given by Jack O'Connor, who castigated those of us who failed to support the Labour Party in government in coalition with Fine Gael. O'Connor called for left unity, by which he meant rallying to his position. The best speech was by feminist Therese Caherty, who spoke of the struggle of women workers over the decades as a fight for the right to fight. Then came a woman's voice from the edge of the crowd. It was a dramatic reconstruction of Alicia Brady on the day she died, right up to the moment she was shot. Before leaving, I sought out Jack O'Connor, to tell him what I thought of his speech, which resulted in quite a sharp exchange of views. I told him that I regarded him as a comrade and didn't approve of those who heckled him on the street, but I thought he had made a bad speech at the grave and had generally failed to give the leadership that the trade union needed. A year later in the same cemetery, this time at the grave of James Larkin, O'Connor gave a speech emphasizing class struggle, without attacking those of us who believed that class struggle meant opposing the Labour Party. It was difficult on these occasions, mixing with those I once regarded as comrades, who were trying to have it both ways, pretending that they hadn't crossed over to the other side. The two events dominating 2016 in Ireland were the centenary of the 1916 Easter Rising and the general election. Both revealed a nation in the throes of radically redefining itself, with widespread disagreement on that redefinition. The Rising centenary brought forth official and unofficial commemorations, television dramas and documentaries, social history seminars, school pageants, newspaper features, and much more. It was not only celebration but contestation, bringing to the surface some of the seething contradictions of our national life. Some denounced the original Rising as violent and unjustified. Without any sense of irony, they were generally the ones who believed that bloodshed in the service of the Crown on the battlefields of the World War was justified, but not the bloodshed on the streets of our city in the name of a republic. Others felt proud that Ireland struck the first blow against the mighty British Empire, and that we are today citizens of a republic and not subjects of a monarch. The state played a balancing act, but displayed much sympathy for the first position. A commemorative wall was erected in Glasnevin Cemetery, inscribed with the names of all who died in the rising and subsequent struggles from 1916 to 1923, not only those who fought for the Republic, but also those who fought for the British Empire, along with civilians caught in the crossfire. This approach was promoted as being mature and inclusive. It gave rise to bitter controversy, not only in words, but with paint and sledgehammers as well, until the cemetery announced it would cover all the names with blank panels. The official state commemoration combined appropriate elements, such as the reading of the Proclamation of the Republic and the playing of Misera and Amitran Nabhvian, along with the presiding presence of those who were the colonial administrators of the empire bearing down upon us, now posing as the successors of those who fought against the empire bearing down upon the people then. In the general election, when the votes were counted, it became clear that the outgoing government had lost, but it was less clear who had won. The result was all over the place, as was the nation, in a major shake-up of the electoral spectrum. Labour had the biggest downfall, going from 37 seats to 7. Significant numbers of voters turned away from the parties that had governed Ireland until now, many to the left but not in sufficient numbers for a left government. The left appropriately quoted Gramsci's observation about the old dying but the new not being born. The following year, we had high hopes of a Labour victory in the British general election. It was a good election for Labour, although not good enough for Labour to form a government with the excellent Jeremy Corbyn as Prime Minister. For several years, in Ireland and in Europe, there was much commemoration of the World War of 1914 to 1918. So much of it was awful bombastic nonsense about men sacrificing themselves for our freedom. I remembered those who fought and died as victims of an imperialist war, people whose lives were sacrificed by forces most of them did not comprehend. I honored those who opposed the war, who were braver than those who fought in it, especially those who did so in the face of the international socialist movement being torn apart by it. I honored those who fought for the Irish Republic and October Revolution instead. Throughout the world in 2017, there were many events, documentaries, conferences, books, and special issues of journals commemorating the October Revolution of 1917. I was happy to take part in commemorations in Ireland and Greece, because I believed that revolution to be one of the most monumental events in the history of the world, and because coming to that conclusion about it did so much to shape my own life. I spoke at seminars organized by the Irish Labour History Society, Maynooth University, and University of the Peloponnese. At these seminars, academics zeroed in on specific areas where they had done fresh research on the subject. In my case, I focused on the International Lenin School, beginning with its formation in the Comintern period, through my own time there, to the school's demise coinciding with the demise of the USSR. I also contributed to a special issue of Monthly Review, writing about the conferences in Eastern Europe, where party intellectuals debated the legacy of the October Revolution, even as the world was turning upside down and overturning its achievements. Inspired by the October Revolution, there were Soviets, or councils, springing up throughout Europe, taking power transformatively, if only temporarily, in Germany, Poland, Hungary and even in Ireland. There were commemorations marking these with the most elaborate program of events commemorating the Limerick Soviet, which ran Limerick during April 1919, organizing food, transport, communication, and even its own currency, during the War of Independence. The current government took little notice of these events, but chose to organize in 2020 an official state commemoration of the police forces who enforced the rule of empire during the War of Independence. Dublin City Council condemned it, as did many other individuals and organizations, while others proclaimed themselves angels of reconciliation and pronounced others immature because they were afraid of the ghosts of dead policemen. The government abandoned it. Commemorations of the Treaty and Civil War of 1922 to 1923 were expected to be the most fraught, but turned out somewhat low-key. Attempts by the state and public broadcasters were meant to seem even-handed here, but overall, the balance was toward the pro-treaty position of the men of property. There were various voices, accusing those who declined to honor oppressors of wanting to erase history. The accusation constantly arose in debates about removing statues and renaming places. In Britain, when the statue of slave trader Edward Carlson was thrown into Bristol's River Avon by Black Lives Matter protesters in 2020, the accusation was the same as it had been in South Africa for Rhodes Must Fall in 2015, and for many similar protests. It was, in fact, the opposite. People actually learned much more about history from toppling statues than they ever did from standing ones. My own position on toppling statues had to do with which statues were toppled. It was a matter of which side you were on. There were also events marking 50 years since 1968. The City of Limerick and University of Limerick organized a program of events over several months, and I spoke at the first and last of these events, speaking about my own experience of the New Left and reflecting on those times, as well as addressing various issues arising from the historiography of 1968 at these events and in various publications. I also participated in US-based online events dealing with the 50 years since May Day 1971. I kept an eye on trends within popular culture, especially for what they revealed about the zeitgeist. I was interested in The Way Capital, a 2012 film by Costa Gavras, focused on changes in international finance capital. It interrogated the process, but indicated that the system was so total, so inevitable, that there was no way out of it. I asked Costa Gavras, who was present at a screening in Dublin, if this was what he intended. He replied yes and no. Another opportunity one had to interact with a producer was with Camilla Ham-Erik, producer of the Danish TV series Borgen, at a seminar at DCU. She sketched the history of television drama in Denmark and the double vision underlying Borgen, which was not only an overt narrative, but also a layer of ethical and educational discussion dealing with politics, media, and the interface between public and private life. I queried the center of gravity of the narrative in centrist politics, not only as a perspective, but as valorization. She said it came from political pressure to balance between left and right. I said that I didn't think it did justice to the left. She said that was because they were defending themselves from being seen as too left. As always, the United States produced much escapist emptiness, but also some solid reflections on the tensions within the social order. I paid acute attention to The Wire, which I thought was a Marxist stream of a television series. Starting with the pursuit of a major drug operation by city cops, the drama moved outward, inward, upward, and downward to the docks, City Hall, the media, and the schools. There were murders, affairs, bribes, trials, exams, elections, promotions, statistics, bylines, prizes, careers rising and falling, and much more. It bristled, even boiled over, with systemic critique. I also found the Americans fascinating. A world away from I Led Three Lives in the 1950s, it actually positioned the audience to root for the KGB. The last series was especially riveting, as it explored the tensions between perestroika supporters and hardliners in the KGB. Masters of Sex was another series that would have been unthinkable in the times in which the drama was set. I also took to the HBO miniseries Olive Kitteridge, which was well-observed everyday life in a small Maine town, probing character and context with insight. I thought this was also true of Mayor of Easttown, which was set in Delaware County, Pennsylvania, where I grew up and where much of my family still lives. The series effectively and movingly showed the differences between life then and now, both for better and for worse. Its texture was authentic and its characters, compelling and credible, were all too caught up in their day-to-day burdens to reflect much on what had happened to themselves or their society, but the drama made the viewer reflect on it. Ireland wasn't making as much good television drama as it had in the past, but prosperity showed Ireland in the Celtic Tiger years from the perspectives of those shut out of the economic boom. When Normal People was airing, there was a running debate on radio and social media, which was a last-ditch battle of Holy Ireland holding back the tide of modernity in a rage over the promotion of fornication. In the past, These righteous people could have driven such dramas off the airwaves, as they did with The Spike in 1978. I liked both the series and book by Sally Rooney but didn't love or hate it as much as those on either side of the debate did. I continued to participate in international gatherings of left intellectuals, large and small. The big annual ones, such as Historical Materialism in London and Left Forum in New York City, were massive with dizzying choices to be made among multiple parallel sessions and packed plenaries. There were more questions than answers and an openness to a variety of positions. The atmosphere of orthodoxy and denunciation that once characterized the relations of different left factions was absent. There were people from all over the world and from different stages of the life cycle. It did me good to see newer generations of the left that would be there when my generation, already disappearing, would be finally gone. I was happy to see new publications, like Jacobin, come along to convey the left case with a new energy, while older ones like Monthly Review still carried on. While there were nuances of style and position between them, I was happy to write for both. In some left conferences and publications, however, I encountered young intellectuals who were smart and serious, but spoke within a cloud of ideas and texts floating above the flux, where I thought that activist intellectuals should situate ourselves. Internalist history of ideas has a long academic tradition, but it seemed incongruous in a milieu devoted to historical materialism. I preferred to philosophize in a way that was more earthy, more grounded in the flow of history, more true to the well springs from which ideas arose and contended with each other. At the more progressive mainstream academic conferences, I found much sincere searching, but with a tendency to excess conceptualization, most of it tentative, decentered, parenthetical, plural, and fragmented, leaving me with a sense of their irresolution and ungroundedness. There was much about whiteness, maleness, westernness, but not much about class or capitalism. Even at a working class studies conference, sessions were mostly focused on class as culture and identity, rather than on work, without much reference to capitalism, class struggle, left movements, or socialism. While I made the most of my travels, I still spent most of my time in Ireland and focused on the tasks of building the Irish left. The United Left Alliance, running from 2010 to 2013, was a coalition of several small left parties and independents that won 5 seats in the 2011 general election, while being active on the streets and in numerous campaigns. It was driven by Trotskyists reaching out to those who were not part of their traditions, emphasizing areas of agreement, while still being able to debate differences. Politicians, such as Richard Boyd Barrett and Paul Murphy, were particularly effective in striking the right note on this. I attended their events, spoke on their platforms, voted for their candidates, and worked with them in many ways. I was sorry that the CPI and WP did not join the ULA, but they did sometimes cooperate with it. When the ULA dissolved, I became preoccupied with the project of building a broad left party, giving rise to Left Forum, a project to bring together unaffiliated activists with left parties to discuss how we might up our game. My own ambition for the forum was to lay the basis for a Syriza-type party. We had several large and successful state-of-the-left events over 2 years, some of them in global café format. On the whole, the atmosphere was constructive, but at times there was a lot of empty posturing and non-constructive opposition. At one event, I was afraid we would need bouncers, because of controversy over the presence of a Sinn Féin speaker and the absence of dissident Republican groups on the platform. We also ran a seminar series on topical issues and a lecture series on Marxist theory. In the end, the project failed to meet its objective. Among other reasons, some key activists found it too difficult to form something new and decided to channel their energies into reviving something already there. They joined the Workers' Party, which was not thriving, and revived it, to some extent, and for a short time. Even if we could not form a broad left party, the Irish left still cooperated well in Parliament and on the streets, while also sustaining a continuous exchange of ideas and strategies in conferences, periodicals, and social media. There were well-attended gatherings across a broad spectrum of the left, even the SWP's annual Marxism conference, and periodicals articulating many points of view, such as Irish Left Review and Look Left. Our ties to each other on Facebook and Twitter maintained a daily rhythm of interaction. The biggest campaign uniting us on the streets and bringing new people into activism was water charges. This took the form of mass marches, refusal to pay water charges, blocking installation of water meters, and burning of water bills. The campaign was supported by left political parties, trade unions, community groups, and many unaffiliated households. Chants in the streets ranged from the rivers to the sea, Irish water will be free to you can stick your water meters up your ass. The ostensible sentiment was about water, but it was much more than water. After so many new taxes and charges, combined with cuts to public services, this was the last straw. There was also the problem of monetization as a prelude to privatization, which fired this battle. More broadly, it was one more front in the battle against the whole mode of governance and distribution of global wealth. In its immediate objectives, the campaign was successful. The government withdrew water charges. It was great to have such a concrete victory, even if it left so many of the larger battles still to be fought. This battle also threw up many of the problems of the Occupy movement, including hostility to the left and trade unions among some protesters, who wanted to prove that they were the most revolutionary. They used tactics like blocking bridges after big marches and making it impossible for working people and even other protesters to use public transport to get home. At the age of 70, after marching and standing for hours already, I wasn't up to walking back to Ballymun. By 2016, the whole global scene was in flux, provoking massive disaffection of people from the forces that ruled the world, but much of that disaffection was confused and inchoate, and played as much to the right as to the left. Brexit was one of many indicators of the global system unraveling. At times, I had a terrible sense of initiative passing from left to right, especially after the capitulation of Syriza, the rise of Front National in France and Lega in Italy, the election of Donald Trump in the USA and Boris Johnson in Britain. Remembering Gramsci writing in the 1930s, "Now is time of monsters," I thought how much truer it was now. It was a real challenge to process the causes and consequences of the Trump presidency. It was a total freak show and a dangerous game. Although much could be explained by the pathology of the Trump psyche, it was a mistake to become too narrowly fixated on that and to avoid analyzing the wider forces in motion in terms of social psychology, popular culture, and political economy. The alt-right were moving from online irony to taking to the streets with paramilitary garb and assault rifles. It was good to see the countervailing energy gathered around Jeremy Corbyn and Bernie Sanders. Even if defeated in elections, their movements brought new people into motion and raised consciousness. Pejada, an international far-right, anti-immigration movement, attempted to launch an Irish branch at a rally at Dublin's General Post Office in 2016. A counter-demonstration, outnumbering them, chased them from the streets. The foreign organizers were deported on the same day, but some counter-demonstrators, including my son, a secondary school history teacher, were charged with violent disorder. As throughout my life on the left, I got caught up in legal trials supporting those who bore the brunt of attempts to criminalize political protest. In 2011, I attended high court hearings when the U.S. government sought to extradite Sean Garland of the Workers' Party in a case based on an exotic plot of a global conspiracy involving North Korea and counterfeit superdollars. I was happy to see the extradition denied and Sean given several more years of political life in freedom, during which the Workers' Party experienced a small surge. In 2017, I attended many sessions of a long trial in which community activists and elected politicians, including Paul Murphy TD, were charged with false imprisonment, after a crowd of protesters surrounded a car carrying Joan Burton, Tannaist, and leader of the Labour Party. Although Joan and I were once comrades and even friends, I found her increasingly difficult to respect as she rose in her political career. When she took the stand in this trial, She seemed to have no idea why she was so unpopular in working-class communities. She portrayed herself in such a way that it would seem a wonder that the community didn't raise her aloft and sing hosannas. The courtroom spectators gasped when she proclaimed herself the successor to James Connolly. On the stand, she was caught in several lies, which were revealed by video evidence rebutting her testimony. At one point, the defense lawyer asked the judge to instruct her to stop making self-serving speeches that didn't answer the questions. At another point, the lawyer asked, "Do you even remember what the question was?" Because so much of the testimony at this trial, including Garda testimony, was contradicted by video evidence, the jury found the defendants not guilty, a huge relief for them and all of us supporting them. During 2017, after the publication of my book The Syriza Wave, I flew to the United States, where I did a round of media interviews, book talks, and all kinds of conversations in New York, Philadelphia, Baltimore, and Washington. At one stage, I was in 4 cities in 3 days. My granddaughter Sierra was born while I was in transit. I met with monthly review comrades as well as Joanne Landy, a co-founder of Campaign for Peace and Democracy, who, in the last months of her life, helped organize my trip. I met with my relations and others who asked what people abroad thought of Trump and whether they realized there were Americans who were angry and embarrassed for the country, as well as worried about such practical matters as losing their medical coverage. My niece Molly Sheehan was running for U.S. Congress as part of a movement pushing scientists to run for political office in response to a perceived assault on science by the Trump administration. I was there during Memorial Day and found it hard to take all the rhetoric about the military as heroes who died for our freedom. At the Left Forum, I heard much decent analysis, along with some ultra-leftist nonsense. Most outstandingly, I had many meaningful conversations with many people from various countries, but mostly Americans, the sort never seen on television, who had a lot to say that was worth hearing, as they coped with the monstrous scenario in which they found themselves. When Trump came to Ireland in 2019, we organized large numbers of people to protest, with a gigantic blimp of Trump as an angry baby with a cell phone. In 2018 and 2019, there were massive global actions calling attention to the emergency that is climate change. It was sad to see, on the faces of so many young people, a sense of a doomed future. At the same time, it was inspiring to see them rising up and taking responsibility for the world. People of all ages began to wake up to the stark science of ecological crisis. When it came to elections, concern over green issues led to rising votes for green parties, which was not necessarily a good thing. In Ireland, the Green Party lacked any kind of systemic analysis. In DCU, we had candidates from all parties for an election debate in 2020. At first, it wasn't much of a debate, but people asking small questions about funding for this and that, and all candidates answering that they would fund this and that. I tried to get some edge into it by challenging the Green Party slogan, "If you want green, vote green," countering that others argued, "If you want green, vote red, because you can't understand green issues without a systemic analysis of capitalism." DCU academic Roderick O'Gorman, the GP candidate who became a government minister after the election, answered without saying anything about capitalism. Andrew Montague of Labour said he was a centrist and as comfortable with the right as the left. I voted for Conor Reddy, of People Before Profit, a young Marxist scientist. In constituency after constituency, Sinn Féin topped the poll, exceeding the quota with large surpluses going left. Mainstream commentators were flailing about, trying to avoid talking about right and left. Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil did not have enough votes between them to form a government, but they managed to do so with the Green Party. We felt hopeful for a left government in the future. In Britain, there was the opposite of hope. There was an outpouring of collective grief on social media, as it became apparent that there would be a massive Tory majority and a defeat for Labour, under its most left leader ever. Of course, the 2019 election was about much more than two men, but in this case, the contrast between Boris Johnson, a vain, lazy, careless, deceitful paragon of privilege, and Jeremy Corbyn, a thoroughly decent man with the best interests of the people at heart, was stark. I tended to focus on ideas, ideologies, policies, parties, socio-historical forces, more than personalities. However, personalities are part of the whole melange. Movements do need faces to the front to embody their ideas and values, and, yes, to lead. I had seen many left leaders in my life. I had seen many who were more eloquent and exciting than Jeremy Corbyn, but I had never seen anyone manifest such humility in the face of fame, such grace under pressure, such dignity and decency when subjected to indecency, such unwavering commitment under duress. I had never seen anyone so undeservedly being subjected to such relentless vilification, and still stay on track. From 2018 through 2020, the eyes of the world were on the excruciatingly protracted process of the U.S. presidential election. The array of contenders for the Democratic Party nomination produced two who were children of Marxists, neither showing any sign of it wearing off on them. Of Pete Buttigieg, there was a meme circulating: "My father used to read me Marxist texts at bedtime." My favorite character was the ruling class. Kamala Harris wasn't any more Marxist. The Sanders campaign advocating Medicare for all was losing ground, just as it was becoming overwhelmingly clear that Medicare was badly needed. Instead, Biden prevailed. Although he had always stood against the interests of working people and for those of oligarchy, Biden managed to convince many working people otherwise. Still, after 4 years of the chaos, lies, racism, violence, ignorance, narcissism, expropriation, and intensified inequality of the Trump administration, millions of Americans again voted for Trump, including members of my own family. This I saw as a symptom of a society in decline. As glad as I was to see Trump defeated, I could not be happy at Biden's victory or welcome a return to neoliberal imperial normality, although I was glad that the new administration restored cooperation with the World Health Organization and Paris Climate Agreement. It was a contest between extreme right and center right, where a left position was not on offer. Of course, politics was more than its electoral dimension, but it highlighted the deep fissures in U.S. society and the monumental work that the left needed to do to address such massive false consciousness, much of it heavily armed, manifesting itself in this crazed drama. Trump was not the problem and Biden was not the solution. The transition from one to the other was as fraught as it could be, with the right-wing mob storming the Capitol building and disrupting the certification of the election. The riot was shocking to behold. As someone who was once arrested at the Capitol for peaceful protest, I noted the glaring contrast between the policing of right and left protests. This was, in many ways, a clown coup, with images circulating of the QAnon shaman, sitting on the presiding seat in the Senate chamber, T-shirts on sale proclaiming civil war, three-cornered Revolutionary War hats, Kevlar vests, Crusader crosses, Confederate flags, Trump as Rambo T-shirts, MAGA hats. Many Americans, outraged at this, still spoke of their nation as a beacon to the world. Did they have any idea how the rest of the world saw them? Did they remember when Yeltsin ordered the storming of the Russian parliament? The same people who deplored Trump inciting the storming of the U.S. Congress today were cheering for Yeltsin. However, although neoliberalism might be ascendant again, I didn't think it could return to its status as normality, because there was such massive alienation and opposition to it from right, left, and confused on a global scale. Meanwhile, normality had taken another massive hit. Whatever plans any of us had at the beginning of 2020, the year turned them upside down. At first, it was a story unfolding far away in China, one of many stories in the news, a novel coronavirus, which was met with strong state-mandated public health measures. Meanwhile, I went about my everyday life, going to the university every day, planning trips to Italy and Greece in the spring, having no idea how quickly that life and those plans would unravel along with the lives and plans of millions of others. As the curve of new cases went down in China, they soared elsewhere, beginning with Italy, then the rest of the world, along with shocking details of a wide range of symptoms and high level of mortality. There were horrendous reports from hospitals, which were now unable to treat other conditions, including trauma and stroke, and no one over 65 was even being assessed. At the same time, we saw videos of people singing from their balconies, including the stirring anthems of the Italian left. Before long, COVID-19 was everywhere, where public measures were also mandated, but without the social discipline possible in China. There were quarantines, cancellations of events, closures of educational institutions, businesses and public facilities, travel bans, and restrictions beyond anything in living memory. The pandemic took all of us by surprise to one degree or another, but we should not have been so surprised. The science was there. Epidemiologists had been warning that such a pandemic was inevitable. Moreover, writers such as Mike Davis and Rob Wallace, who put epidemiology in a wider social political economic context, had been explaining to a wider public the factors creating the conditions for such a pandemic in contemporary agriculture, science, pharmacology, medicine, politics, and economics. Despite reading such authors, I was still unprepared for the pandemic's suddenness and scale. I became preoccupied with making up for that. In quarantine, as the news became all virus all the time, it was hard to concentrate on anything else. When I settled down to work, it was sometimes as if I was studying for exams in epidemiology, virology, and immunology. When I reflected, it was about my own mortality, the fragility of our species and ecosystem, the devastation that capitalism has wrought on our bodies, our societies, and our planet. I veered between the specific details of reorganizing my everyday life and pondering the world historical meaning of unfolding events. In coming to terms with this, I had the considerable advantage of a worldview, worked out with great care over many years, while always being open to new facts, events, and ideas. I wrote articles and delivered Zoom lectures on what Marxism brought to bear on our understanding of how the pandemic came to be, what forces were in motion in dealing with it, what problems arose from that, and why conditions were still ripe for further and fiercer pandemics. Capitalism was the dominant reality giving rise to the pandemic and driving responses to it, yet certain elements of capitalism were necessarily in suspension. We lived for a time, however partially and temporarily, in a scenario where public health and welfare overrode the imperatives of the market and enacted the priorities of socialism. In Ireland, healthcare was public and free, there was new funding for biomedical research and clinical resources, a ban on evictions, a rent freeze, a reduction in carbon emissions, and government supports to mitigate the effects of closures and unemployment. Ireland was neither the best nor the worst place to be. Social mobilization did not match what was possible in China, Cuba, Vietnam, or Kerala, but there was not the laissez-faire scramble we saw on our screens playing out elsewhere, especially in the US and UK. Constant conflicts between public welfare and proprietary interests played out on many levels, the scramble for personal protective equipment, for medicines, for access to and profit from vaccines. The rich made their way to safer places with their own medical teams and intensive care units just in case, while others faced into the front lines every day. There was a moment of blinding clarity about who were essential workers and who made the world go round, although this did not translate into redistribution of the wealth they created. There was much applause, but few pay raises. Compliance with public health measures was relatively good during the first wave of the pandemic, but declined in subsequent waves. Even in my limited movements in my own area, I saw many examples of vandalization of public property, streams of visitors when household visits were banned, and numerous violations of public health regulations. I got into unpleasant altercations over brazen violations. One woman said to me proudly, "We're rule breakers." I asked her what criteria she used for deciding what rule and why. Did she engage in protests against social injustice or did she just want to do what she wanted to do? There were irate people phoning into talk shows and making such declarations as, If my child on any given day does not want to wear a mask in school, he will not wear a mask. In many countries, including Ireland, right-wing populist crowds gathered to oppose public health measures, refusing to wear masks or socially distance, as a defense of individual liberty. They often claimed that the virus only killed older people who were going to die anyway, ignoring the considerable numbers of other deaths, particularly among health workers, who were young and fit enough to be working in intensive care. They argued that this was a plandemic, a conspiracy to herd us all into servility, to chip us into constant surveillance and submission. In Ireland, they gathered in rowdy and rude protests, although without the full paramilitary gear with grenades and assault rifles seen in the United States. We had to adapt our political modus operandi, and much of our activity took place online. I participated in many Zoom seminars and events, which gave a sense of continuity to our collective life. On May Day 2020, the first in decades when the left was not on the streets in Dublin, I hung a red flag out the window. A neighbor came to the door, asking if we needed any help, thinking it was a distress signal. Other neighbors were in a panic and found risk assessment difficult. One night, my sleep was disrupted by frantic shouting outside. The electricity had gone off, and someone from the apartment block next door screamed non-stop for 20 minutes, as if it were the apocalypse. By the time Sam turned 90 in September, guidelines allowed for organized outdoor events of up to 15 people, so the Dublin Council of Trade Unions organized a very scaled-down form of the celebration that was originally planned. Members of the executive committee assembled in our garden, displayed the DCTU banner, gave speeches, sang songs, read tributes from the President of Ireland, Michael D. Higgins, general secretaries of various unions, retired union leaders, and old comrades. The General Secretary of Sam's union presented him with a scroll honoring his contribution to the trade union movement. Louise O'Reilly TD noted his birthday on the floor of Dáil Éireann. I had never spent so much time in my back garden or local park. I met my friends for walk and talk rendezvous in the area. I rarely moved beyond 1 kilometer from home, yet I felt as if I was inhabiting the world when I realized how in touch I was with what was happening, not only in the way of global news, but also in terms of what so many people were thinking and feeling, through both mainstream and social media. It made me think about how different quarantine must have been during epidemics of the past, how isolated from knowledge and contact vast populations were. For an entire year, I never even set foot in Dublin city centre. When I went for an eye test, I found lots of closed shops, cinemas, and hotels, and fewer cars and people than usual. So much of my life in the city centre had been about demonstrating against this or that, against US wars, against Irish government cuts to public services, whatever, sometimes miserable in the cold winds and lashing rain, but happy and warm in the comradely bonds we forged in common cause. The year 2020 was the first year since 1965 that I did not protest in the streets. After my eye test, I took a long walk along the River Liffey, thinking of how much had been done to improve the space along the river. Much of the work had been to accommodate the financial services industry, which colonized the docklands, but it was good that we, whom they preyed upon, got to enjoy these public spaces, too. I never ceased to marvel at the juxtaposition of the famine memorial with the International Financial Services Center, monuments to exploiter and exploited. Sitting on the boardwalk, listening to two homeless guys talking about hostels, prisons, robbing shops, police harassment, I observed drug dealing that was not only open but loud, sloppy, and exhibitionist. Considering the stress and suffering the pandemic inflicted upon so many, I did not feel I had such a hard time of it. Unlike most people I knew, I did not contract COVID. My daily routine changed drastically when the university closed down, and even more drastically when the government decreed that those over 70 were not to leave home for any reason. Although I thought I could take this in stride, with reading and writing to occupy me, I often woke in the night, my heart racing, pain in my chest, gasping for breath, and feeling out of control. One night, I passed out and fell. The public health service came to my rescue and, after many years of symptoms, which had intensified during this period, I finally got a diagnosis of cardiac arrhythmia and had 2 cardiac ablations. Although always rigorous about diet and exercise, I stepped it up and felt quite healthy, even fit, otherwise. I did 4 workouts a day and engaged in intermittent fasting. I took up gardening and grew much of what I ate. The same week as my first ablation, I also had my first vaccination. Ours was a centralized public system, where we were prioritized by age. I was sent to a DCU hall, where I had seen so many of my students graduate. I felt proud of our public health and education system, without forgetting past and future battles over the neoliberalization of our universities and 2-tier healthcare. Meanwhile, Sam, now in his 90s, became increasingly frail and sometimes difficult to manage. His daughter and her family came to the rescue and took over his care. Millions of people died from COVID-19, including several I knew. The death to hit me hardest was that of Leo Panic. We had met in Yugoslavia and again in many parts of the world, over several decades. He was always striving to analyze the current conjuncture, bringing Marxist analysis to bear on whatever new issues arose, including the pandemic. It was hard to believe the virus struck him down. I also knew quite a few people who died of other causes during periods of quarantine, so could not attend their funerals. I attended some services via live streaming. At another, most of us marched from the house to the crematorium, but remained outside while the ceremony took place inside. Globally, there were sad stories of those who died alone and those who lived on, thinking about them dying alone. There was a flurry of media discussion and academic writing about the pandemic as it was happening. Much of the conversation was sound, but some of it was utter nonsense. Self-styled sages predicted that all would change utterly. Others discoursed about pathogenic bodies in new epistemological and existential modalities in the epidemiological imaginary. Too much of the discussion failed to ground itself by focusing on the pulsing, ever-changing, but still resilient system structuring it all. Listening to the voices the mainstream media chose to articulate the meaning of this time, there emerged a hegemonic story for the privileged talking heads that went something like this: what we learned when everything stopped was to live in the moment, to go back to nature, and to realize that family was what mattered. However, I thought, everything did not stop for health workers, manufacturing workers, supermarket workers, lorry drivers, waste collectors, and so many others who supplied the privileged with everything they needed or wanted in their comfortable lockdowns. Their living in the moment was the source of a myopia that led to many problems stemming from a failure to search out causes and consequences. As to nature, it was not only the morning birdsong, blooming flowers, calm seas, and clean air. Nature was also storms, fires, and floods. Nature was the virus. Nature was us. Family was not all that mattered. Yes, it was lovely to see our children and grandchildren during winter holidays, and sad for those who couldn't do so, but we were tied to each other in so many other ways. What I already knew, but more fully realized during this time, was that you cannot understand anything, including the pandemic, without an analysis of the global system giving rise to it and structuring the possibilities for dealing with it. The media covered the same ground over and over and substituted lazy and class-ridden cliches for systemic analysis. Never did media pundits probe the capitalist nature of global agribusiness, the state channeling public funding for medical research and vaccine development through Big Pharma, the trajectory of the pandemic in Cuba, Vietnam, and Kerala, the vaccine inequity constantly being called out by the World Health Organization. My questions about this period, which I tried to address in Zoom talks, articles, and social media posts, were: what has the pandemic revealed about ourselves? About our society? About capitalism? About socialism? How has our experience of it been shaped by class? By nation? By race? By gender? What shifts took place in the role of the state vis-a-vis the market, under pressure of the pandemic. What role did science play in this crisis? Why did some anti-science currents wither while others thrived? How did the pandemic highlight the best and worst of our species? What were the sources of social cohesion and compliance and the countervailing forces of discord and dislocation? How did television, radio, and internet mediate the experience of the crisis? What images and sounds of this global trauma will linger longest? How did the left deal with the pandemic? What is being revealed by the pattern of exit from lockdown? What has changed as a result of this crisis? What should change? When restrictions were lifted, before the pandemic was over, the media was full of the new freedom to shop, to worship, and to go to hairdressers. All through the pandemic, with different levels of restrictions, there was constant pushback making mental health arguments about the necessity of such activities as having beauty treatments and going to nightclubs. At all stages of the pandemic, other events and issues broke through and demanded attention, not always as much as they deserved. Black Lives Matter resurfaced and some statues of slave owners fell. Afghanistan fell to the Taliban as desperate people clung to U.S. military planes taking off without them. There were reports on climate breakdown, conferences called to address it, marches calling for climate justice, but only limited measures taken, falling far below what was necessary to prevent global disaster. Media interest surged during the UN Climate Change Conference, but then dropped when 26 Colombian pesos ended, as if the problem had somehow been solved. Same with 27 Colombian pesos. Crisis tumbled upon crisis. When war broke out in Ukraine, I opposed the Russian invasion, but did not support the Ukrainian government, as it gathered massive international support in the US, UK, and EU based on a false narrative of Ukraine as an innocent, democratic nation, which did nothing to provoke such hostility. Mainstream media gave no voice to those alienated from post-2014 Ukraine, those whose parties were banned and traditions disrespected, those who lived under siege in Donbas, as Minsk Accords were repeatedly violated. The left was severely divided between those who saw the conflict as a war of national liberation demanding support, even to the point of going to fight or sending weapons, and those of us who saw it in larger geopolitical terms, as a proxy war fomented by the US, especially in the aftermath of the Euromaidan coup of 2014. It was hard not to see this war as part of the continuingly tragic fallout from the dissolution of the USSR and other socialist states in Eastern Europe. In Ireland, the state and mainstream media went all out to support the USA narrative on Ukraine. Those of us who used the limited influence of our social media accounts to query this narrative or pose a counter-narrative faced menacing hostility. One anonymous tweeter demanded that I be stripped of my public service pension, based on the pattern of my tweets and retweets about Ukraine. US hegemony had been slipping since the war in Vietnam, and many subsequent wars, including this one, were fought to restore it. The New World Order was far from orderly. It was increasingly disorderly. A system exhibiting multiple symptoms of decadence was, nevertheless, still dominant. The forces of the left, although displaying brilliant analyses of various disorders and of the system itself, spoke in voices not heard by those who needed to hear them, while sometimes being in organizational disarray. I long to see the left coming from the margins to be heard by the 99%, in whose interests we speak. As I conclude, I think of the people I knew, many of them appearing in these pages, who have given so much to this effort, who have died during the years covered here. It is one of the most difficult aspects of old age to deal with the reality that so many of those who have shared our lives have gone forever, although they have left their trace in our memories and their work. I am thinking now of Adam Scaff, Mark Zwartowski, Ulrich Rosberg, Richard Levins, Richard Lewontin, Stephen Cohen, Tom Hayden, Rennie Davis, Dave Dellinger, Todd Gitlin, Paul Sweezy, Harry Magdoff, Ed Herman, John Raines, Brian and Sonia Bunting, Manolis Glezos, then ASIS Anapolitanos, Leo Panich, Mike Davis, Ellen Wood, Sean Garland, Joe Deasy, Tom Redmond, Jimmy and Edwina Stewart, Kevin McMahon, Terrence McDonough, John Molyneux, and so many more. I also miss the voices of those who sang out the truth of the world, such as Pete Seeger, Mikis Theodorakis, and Alastair Hewlett, while still feeling their energy as I danced to their music under the moon and stars. Even before the pandemic, I could not attend the funerals of many who were important to me, because we lived in distant parts of the world. In Ireland, I could, and noted the changes in the rituals over the decades. There were fewer of those utterly alienating ones, where atheist communists were seen on their way in off-the-shelf masses. Most were honest rituals that told the truth of their lives and ended in rousing renditions of the Internationale or Red Flag. On those occasions, it was good to see red flags flying in the streets of Dublin or, even better, amid all those Union Jacks in Belfast. Otherwise, social media and sometimes Zoom events became the platforms for our commemorations. When Tom Hayden died in 2016, one person wrote, "Our collective story is nearing its end," and many of us felt a strong sense of our whole generation passing from the world. With a strong sense of my time running out, I long to see the left rise again on a significant scale and turn the tide. I no longer dream of melodramatic insurrections, but I do hope for a chain of events setting the world on a path leading from capitalism to socialism. Each of us must bring what clarity and energy we have to that task, until we fall. Others will take it up until they, too, fall. The world we face is dark and provokes despair. Only the presence of the left lights it up and offers hope. Acknowledgements. It is hard to know where to begin and end to acknowledge others in an autobiography, because it is not only about the book but the life set out in it. Generally, I am relying on the text itself to acknowledge the role played by others. Yet, when proofreading the index, it struck me that names appear of people who were peripheral to my life but nevertheless named in relation to specific events, whereas others, so much a part of my ongoing life, are not named. There are so many places where I use plural nouns and pronouns, especially we, without naming others, especially in the case of colleagues or comrades. For example, one person who was both was Marnie Holborough, my co-conspirator in organizing anti-war and anti-neoliberal critiques of the university, whom I knew from the streets as well as the corridors of DCU. Although DCU was never the leftist hotbed we did our best to make it, it has gone even more quiet on such fronts since she and I retired. Nevertheless, I still go in every day and keep myself informed of what is happening in universities in general and DCU in particular. I thank Debbie Jean, Eugenia Siopera, Declan Fahey, and Mark O'Brien for the steady stream of conversation and being among my best informants. I thank DCU for giving me space to be, to teach, to swim, to interact on so many levels in so many ways, often in sharp critique, always giving me a hearing, even if I did not always get my way. There are so many others who contributed to my life during these years still submerged in plural nouns and pronouns that I cannot name them all, but I hope they will see their contributions acknowledged within these pluralities in the text. There are always those, other than the named author, who work away unnamed in the production of a book and other publications. I acknowledge not only the specific work but the collegial and comradely spirit of those who make monthly review and monthly review press happen: Martin Patio, Michael Yates, John Bellamy Foster, John Mage, Susie Day, Rebecca Mansky, Sarah Kramer, Camilla Valle, Aaron Claremont. At the same time, writing a book can be a very lonely business at times. There is a big gap between the acts of writing and reading. It is natural to wonder who will read it and what they will think. I am grateful to all who have written to me about my past publications. Often, they tell me, not only of their responses to my ideas and experiences, but also their own. I hope that will be the case with this book too. My email is helena.sheehan@dcu.ie. Finally, I thank the international left for the community of inquiry and endeavor that is unrivaled in intelligence and purposefulness, giving each of us strength we could never have alone.